All right, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it for the Wayward session 54.
Wayward
Yay!
ones.
Yeah. All right, what did we do in the last session? Well, we got some bits of information about the golems, these constructs known as Mark 8. So their prime directive is to kill all intruders, no matter who. Just the intruders of the Well of Nine Realms and around that area. Now, we had a massive combat. This combat was because of the prime directive. It was because of this insane gnome who has no artificing at all and is just out of their mind in terms of what they were wanting to accomplish here. But what they did kind of showcase was the threat that Damodar possesses and how scared they actually were. Now, we didn't really get a chance to speak to Porig in what they actually had seen or what they had observed because of the fight and us wanting to get out of that fight and not wanting to explore any more of Felga. We just wanted to get out of there. So that construct, those golems, those Mark 8s, they were designed to fight armies, particularly of the Talthars. And that was showcased some in the actual Prime Directive that they really locked on to Costas. They were all after that. And in the Well of the Nine Realms, actually in that chamber of the Nine Realms, we discovered that magic is suppressed there. So there is a suppression of magic happening, particular form of magic, and that is almost divining, which is referred to as like revivify, resurrections, certain magics like that, where they're actually shielding it. And it's unclear if it's shielding it or if it's being sapped. And it's kind of interesting. So again, we couldn't really ask Porig about it because the old gnome, the split personality, took off during the fight. They were gone. Yeah, that's it. We summoned some sort of conjuration of Ethrin. That was cool. We had some heroic deeds done by party members. That was awesome. We had Thea sacrificing themselves into bewildering of a dragon, might fighting their way, little dragon, and convinced to run. So all in all, it was a very typical fight from the Wayward ones, I would imagine. This is very stereotypical. I've seen you all fight before, so it's just the opposition was insanely powerful, and that is challenging. What did we leave behind? Well, we left behind answers the Porig might be able to solve for us, but we don't really want to deal with that gnome. We also left behind magical items and artifacts that Bruga had described within the Dragon's Hoard, is what they referred to it. Those two things, objective-wise, we did not. But we did speak to the old one, now known as Jeffrey. Some of you bargained, took deals, others did not. Griffin Wyvar is with you. They are injured. They are healed from their own potion, showcasing they had a very powerful concoction in their midst. They also have more, and they are along but silent. They have not said a word. So, further ado, we're going to keep ourselves onto this map. I'm going to create some ambiance of weather. So the wind is pushing past on the Isle of the Blessed. You also have clouds over above. There is a rain that is falling down. As I described, the Isle of the Blessed is a place of otherworldly, except it has notes of the mainland in terms, it's not just this weird vegetation. It actually seems kind of similar, it's just different. It's just not found on the mainland. And there's also not a whole lot of critters or creatures here, right? You're fighting songbirds and finches and other sorts of things. I always draw a parallel to this place, kind of like the Galapagos Islands, right? You're kind of having a feel that things have evolved here in their own light. They've kind of been isolated, and that is just giving way to a flourishing of environment all on its own. There's not really trees here. There's none. There's just tall, kind of medium-sized shrubs, right? So that's something to note. Foothills, as they linger forward, they begin to fall through to streams, and that provides areas of kind of these riparian zones, like areas where large vegetation kind of grows, and these places where water's flowing. And that water itself is not like brackish. It's not like that of the actual lake that surrounds Felgem and those towers that we had experienced on that massive kind of rock that was in the middle of the lake. And so you're really taking a hike back to Anafi Bay. You're taking a hike back to the dock that was destroyed, right, left to time. Most likely that small village that was there to greet people that arrive on the island, kind of destroyed by the sand as well as the might of the Talthars that came across. That similar thing is happening with magic. It's still happening. It hasn't changed. And that was the way I described the deterioration of the actual people and the not the people, but the things that the people had, right? And the other sorts of armaments that the soldiers once had, and these other things, right? So you're kind of still seeing that in your observations. So I'm going to highlight that point because we didn't get to that yet last session. Highlight that 2 sessions back when we actually arrived here to begin with. As you make way into the sandy dunes, this is where your vision's been occluded of the bay for some time, but you're actually getting up higher than you have been before to get on top of the dunes. And you're now in that luscious kind of beach grass that grows medium to tall in size. And you observe that there is the sails of a ship that is not your own, and that is currently in the bay. You can just see the tops of those sails and the masts because they sprawl hundreds of feet into the air. The trawler's masts don't get that high. You're left in here in the grass and the dunes to continue to press forward and investigate who's in the bay.
Anybody recognize those colors?
I would like to see if I can recognize what country the ship is from.
You need to make a
Like
perception
the
check.
flying flag.
Do I recognize that?
I think we all should do the same.
Perception?
Yeah, perception check, please.
Not from here, so.
I'm not from here. I'm not from here.
I'm not from here.
I'm somewhere.
This isn't my home.
So for those, we have Dirty Joe at a 16, Costas at 21, Istrel at a 23. They have you at a natural 1.
Mm-hmm.
You're caught off guard by what has transpired, evoking little dragon memories and trauma of your past coming through. It's catching you before you can really come to terms of what you're seeing in front of you. Potentially another threat. Kind of blinds you in your own anger, kind of coming down from that.
We can be real and say that she's caught off guard, shocked by Felix's heroics.
We could say that too.
We could say that. We could say that she almost died, so she's a little out of it right now.
Yeah, that's true. I like that one. We'll go with
All,
that.
all of these things are playing in.
Flooding in the mind, playing. Now, the colors of the sail are a main drop, a backdrop of black, with the hand, the palm over, the thumb over the palm, hand extends like this. The hand is gold, yellowish in color. It's at the center point of the black backdrop, the main sail.
Yeah, great. After all we just went through, now we got to deal with pirates. Perhaps, guys, I'm about ready to tap out. Somebody else go talk to him. I don't think I have it in me.
We draw lots.
Since when do pirates randomly dock at a place like this?
When they know there's loot to be had, or suspected anyway. I
Maybe
mean,
Sean
word
did
must
it.
have got around. We try to be discreet, but we did talk to a lot of people in town, and I'm sure there's rumors of all kinds of riches and treasures and whatnot here in Philgum, and they might think they can just yoink it off us. Not that we actually came back with anything.
So, anybody recognize what that symbol is, or we just you know for sure to be pirates, Joe?
Didn't we have that information?
You did have that
Okay.
information. You know what the colors of that is. It's the colors of the golden hand.
Which was what Yadir was a part of, right?
That's correct. That's how you know about it.
Yeah.
Is our ship there?
You can't see your ship as the occlusion of the dunes surpass. You'd have to go further and closer to it. Right now, you're in perspective. You are roughly 7 miles from the actual bay, so you're still pretty far off. You've just kind of hiked into the dunes. This is where the most difficult part. I may say, sorry, 4 miles from the bay, measured in my mind, and you can see the tops of the masts and then the colorations of the sails because their ship is much larger. So those are hundreds of feet in the air. You have yet to see the mass of the trawler. And so you kind of caught yourself stopping a little bit in the grass of the dunes before you continue your hike into the actual waterfront of the bay.
Anybody got any idea on how many sailors that size ship would carry?
Well, maybe we can do one better. Perhaps Athala and I can ask our familiars to do a little scouting.
And sure, I don't want to alert anybody to our presence if they haven't seen us yet. So just Careful
Maybe a
with it.
spyglass. Does anyone have a spyglass of some kind?
I do actually. Would I remember that right now
To you?
though?
Well, if you said that out loud, Felix would be like, "Yeah, I gave Thea a spyglass."
You would have remembered that you gave it to me. It was a poignant moment.
How many spell
I'm still
slots do I
probably
have?
numbly staring.
Thea, I know you're like processing things that happened. Spyglass. Could you give it to Joe real quick? If
Yeah.
You're looking at that direction.
Mechanically, she's just gonna go into her bag and hand it out to Joe.
Okay.
Got it. All right, let me see what I can see.
Okay. So you're going to kind of hike up to a little bit of a higher point, try to get as a good perspective as you can. So we'll take a couple hundred feet to go through the dunes before you can reach a point to actually observe with the spyglass down onto the scene.
Taking as much care as I can to not be spotted.
Okay. You just make a stealth check. All right, 15. So, what are you trying to see the entire shore and the boats, or are you just trying to get an idea of the size of the ship? Because if you're trying to get the idea of the size of the ship, you don't actually need to see what's happening there. But
No, I want to
curiosity.
get as much info as I can. Who's out on shore?
Okay.
What are they doing on deck, etc.
Gotcha. So is the rest of the party going with you on this little bit of a trek forward to actually get to a better vantage point, or is you all kind of sitting back, allowing Dirty Joe to leave the party a little bit of ways to get a better angle?
I would advocate that just let Joe go within shouting distance.
Okay.
And trust that Joe can communicate to us if he needs things.
Okay.
Yeah, close enough that we can help, but not close enough that we'd be spotted.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're kind of clinging down at the tall grass just to get perspective. You see it. Dirty Joe's just kind of hiking further and getting higher up and higher up on the dunes, in those 80, 100 feet or so. And then you see Dirty Joe's kind of getting in the grass and opening up the spyglass. I don't need you to make another perception check. I can take the perception check that you had. Go ahead and activate the scene here. I want to actually grab everybody on here. Sorry, I removed your tokens. So you can actually all have a perspective of this. So that way, when you're telling this Dirty Joe, right? You actually all have a point of reference in terms of conversation. Okay, so you're not on the map. I've put your token down so you have vision of the map, and you are still a number of miles off. This is how far this actually is that you're able to observe the spyglass. Okay, you observe that there is a large brigantine class ship that is very odd. It stands decently high off of the water line, in terms of height, maybe 40 feet off of the water line, which makes you think maybe it's a galleon. But the masts deceive it, and the way that it's angled and designed is odd, and how it's raised in the back and the front, but then it has a elongated middle section without coming too far in the back end, which is the stern. It has draconic bone-like figurine as it spirals with cage, and two actual clutches of talons come wrapping around it underneath the large figurehead of the bonework. It has the same colorations of sails on the, not just the main, but the other sails that are adorned onto the ship. It also has stern flags that are just of pure black. Now, what you see, which is the most interesting, is that there is bits of glimmering bronze-like metal upon the large brigantine class ship. They actually reflect a little bit of the light as you're kind of looking, and it kind of breaks through the clouds as it's raining, and the waves are kind of crashing in. It also does not appear that the ship's anchor is dropped, yet the ship does not move. There are portholes aligning the top deck of the railing that is also aligned with the bronze-like metal. Inside of those portholes are cannons. To you, you really don't know what a cannon is, but you regard them as some sort of weapon based on the design of them and how they are fixed to the ship. There are noble characters upon here. I'm not going to get into descriptions of those characters because spyglass would be it's too far to actually see them. Okay, you can get a head count though, and my head count to you, Dirty Joe, and the way that I would imagine you would say this is there is a fuck ton of them.
Over 30.
Yep, and that's just on the top decks. Don't know what lies below. Anything else you want to look at while you're on this perspective?
I'm sorry, Michael. Did you
Yes, I'm
describe,
just. Huh. What'd you say?
Michael? Did you describe how far away they are from Joe?
Yes. So they are right now with the spyglass and looking at this. Okay, getting a certain amount of feet. You're now in the range of about 3-ish miles versus space. So it's actually quite far. You're very high up into the dunes. The dunes encompass a good portion of the isle. This is why Felgum was built so far north, not in the middle, because there's just rolling dunes and you can't build upon that. So you're actually a pretty high point of the dune and you're looking down right upon the actual shore. So even though it's 3 miles, and that's very far, right, 3 to 4 miles, very far, spyglass is able to see the movement as well as the size of the ship. So you can't make out details of the individuals. You can't see faces. You can't see attire. You can't see what they're really wielding because those things are going to be too small.
Okay, I was going to ask if I could see weapons drawn and in use, but...
Yeah, you can't see that.
Something.
That's going to be too small at the distance of spyglass.
Can I notice if there are a bunch of people running around on the trawler or not?
You can see movement on the trawler. They are moving around on it.
Okay. Do I see any smoke in the air?
You cannot see smoke in the air. It is raining right now, and that would be impossible to detect if there was smoke billowing.
Just trying to see if there is any evidence of recent cannon fire or not. But
again, your character would not know what cannons are.
He's been in enough firefights, though. Like, no magical flashes going off, no active battle.
Yeah. You don't hear screaming, and you don't hear yelling. Remember, sound would travel farther than the sight in this.
Okay.
But the rain might include that, so just always state that as a factor.
And I don't see anybody on shore, correct?
You do not see any figures on shore.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the group and tell them what I saw then.
Okay.
Yeah, so guys, there's a crap load. Like, I couldn't exactly make up a head count, but more than 24 for sure. And they're swarming all over the trawler, all over their own ship. They don't seem to be on the shore, and it doesn't look like anybody's actively blowing anything up. But yeah, suffice to say, our way home has been temporarily waylaid, which
Yeah.
sucks. Because man, I'm so through with this place. Crap.
Do you
I might
think this is a simple hold-up situation?
I have no. You know what? If I've learned anything from the last couple of months bumming around with y'all, there is nothing simple about what happens to us. I have no idea what they're after, but it cannot be anything good.
Well, I can check in. All I have to do is focus on the ship, and maybe I can listen to the conversation, see if they're talking to Jonathan or if they're planning other things.
More
Have we
information's
met
good.
up with Griffin, or is he still away from the group?
Griffin is with you. They're just silent and listening, observing.
Just give me a few. I guess we can continue walking if we're gonna make our way there, but I'll listen in as long as I can.
Sure.
And cast clairvoyance, and I'm gonna aim it at the top of the ship, or the trawler,
Okay.
and just listen in to what's happening over there with Jonathan.
Okay. So for this, I'm just gonna pull you to scene only, and then I'll just put you kind of on the ship with your token.
And as everything's happened, I'll be relaying all the information to everybody.
Michael, how long did it take Joe to go and come back?
That would have taken most likely 20 minutes. So
Eh,
are you referring to a short rest? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah. So I mean, if we were waiting for Joe, and then now if I was doing that, I think Felix would have started at least putting his feet up. Take a breather.
So beginning for the the short rest. Okay, so I'd probably pull at 30 minutes and around it. I'll say 30 minutes you've been on your short rest at this point, especially since the thaw is beginning to go through with this clairvoyance as well.
I'm just say once I get back and explain everything, see everybody kind of half nodding off in the dunes, like, you know what, guys, you're right. I don't want to deal with this right now. Let's take a nap and then figure it out later. I can't, man. I died today, and I gotta deal with goddamn pirates. Wake me up when you wake me up.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if we have all night, but I think we can take a breather here, because likely that crew's not going to sail out as kind of looking at the setting sun. Likely not going to sail out tonight, probably not the first light. So if we, take a breather in an hour, and depending on what Mr. Athala sees, maybe we can wait till the sun goes down and act if we need to.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Like a plan.
I'm going to try to see if these guys have if they're well known, have reputation. Like I was just gonna go through his memories, see if
Roll history
the
check.
goals in hand known for being especially fierce. Let's see.
Oh, they're pirates!
Yarg.
Yarg, you mean? Yarg. No, with the 7 check, Costas, you would know that the Golden Hand are referred as pirates. They are a organization, a faction of people that believe in a free way of living and thinking, and that has led to many moments of piracy. They are vicious, and they will not surrender willingly.
That makes this
Okay.
much harder for me.
I know it does.
Okay.
You're welcome. You rolled a 7. What can I say? Technically, it was a 5. All right. So we're now going to come to the clairvoyance. You create the invisible sensor. As you create the visible sensor, you're aiming towards your mast and the riddling of the rope and the way the inner works of the ship. You create that and you begin to listen in onto the trawler. You see with your eyes as well as hearing, right? You can flip back and forth. You can't do both, right? Isn't that how it works? You only
Yeah,
do
it's
one?
either one. I'm just listening for right now.
Just listening. Okay. So you're listening. You hear one of these individuals speaking. Again, you don't know who it is. Jonathan Young. Vixen, you find yourself here with the trawler, huh? Takes you to the Isle of the Blessed. Alone. Here for no reason. No reason that you would care about. Captain Morgan. Him yelling outwards. Seems that Jonathan Yarn's just here for no reason. How you be fixing for that? Aye, Captain. They yell across, most likely to reach the other ship. Hear the voice booming, Captain. It sounds like dirty lies to me. Nameless. Go. You hear the clanking of heavy metal on the scuttle. No words. Nothing. Except for the clanking of metal against the scuttle. It's crashing downwards on it like some heavy thing. You then hear the crackling, light, the wince coming from Jonathan Young. What did you do? Is what Nameless always does. Serves our captain. Easy enough. You hear a presence. Feel a presence. And then nothing. Brought back into your body. Your concentration is broken.
Okay. I don't know if we really have till sunset. Maybe a few more minutes. 30 minutes is fine. But Jonathan's in trouble. And I'll have explained everything that happened.
Okay.
Someone forced me out of my concentration. So they're not
By
me.
what Joe described, with it being a couple miles away, the condition we're in, we rest a half hour. I still think will probably be sunset by the time we get there, or close to it. At least enough to not the skyline herself that would come down the hill. Maybe we can, get a step in.
Yeah, it's true. It's just, we don't have a lot of time. I think he's in
Joe,
trouble.
you got any more of those flaming arrows?
I don't remember out of character here. Arrow or incendiaries? Yeah, I got some.
Yeah, you were running out.
Not of regular ones.
As much as I'd love for us to fight, I'm more so if we can get there, undercover, we have the option of, negotiating from a position of strength, but I don't know about the rest of you, but some of us use a lot of resources in this past in that fight we were just in.
Now, guys, like I said, there's over 24 of these guys. They mean business. They're loaded for bear. They would look like some kind of siege weapons all over their ship. We're not taking them in a fight, even if we were well rested. So, what we have as a slight advantage is the fact that we know Yadir, and Yadir knows this Captain Morgan guy very well. So we could try to play ourselves off as friends or friendly. Now, really just comes down to what's our approach going to be. We could try to sneaky step on board, take them by surprise, which could be viewed as a less than friendly act, but it could get us close to the captain in case we do need to just grab him and jump overboard as a hostage or something. Or we come waltzing down the beach, torches alight, and wave, "Hello, we're friends of your friend. Captain, Yadir says hi. What are you doing here? By the way, you have great rum. We appreciate your services." What do y'all think?
I mean, so if they're pirates, like you say, right, they're gonna take what they want, and so if we demonstrate, a win-win for them, that they don't have to shed any blood and they can get something out of it, great. We can leave the rest of the goods of the tower to them, and not compete over it, and peacefully try to resolve it, or we can be aggressive, but again, I think you rightly pointed out, Joe, that we're unlikely to take them even at full strength.
So you think just tell them about the dragon horde, that we left it all back there. We got, beaten by robots, and they're more than welcome to have at it. See if they'll take that as a parlay, or
I
what do we
mean,
tell 'em?
Michael, would my character know that they probably have black powder on their ship that might explode?
Remember that cannons are not a thing. Gunpowder is not a thing. The only reference that this party has heard of is the Temerian warships. They use cannons, but your characters, except for those from Temeria, would not understand what a cannon even looks like. Jay, you may be able to make a case.
Yeah,
your
for
character.
from
You
where I'm
might,
from,
you
the
can
flying
make a case.
ships.
Exactly, you can make a case for your character. But remember, if you are from this world and you're from specific parts of this world, you don't know what cannons are. You don't know what gunpowder is.
I'd also like to offer an additional perspective here. Athala's connection cut short, potentially meaning there is another spellcaster among them, and if there is, there are ways of extracting information, and so we should approach with perhaps the assumption that they might know whatever Jonathan knows of us.
True, but Jonathan doesn't know what happened in the tower, so I think we're relatively
Right.
protected. I guess unless there's like a contract out for us or something. But
I don't really think this is a battle, though. I think this is more of a rescue mission. I think we should try to get
so
away.
about that, Mr. Athala and Mrs. Field, do you have Dimension Door? I know you guys learned it. Do you have it prepared?
Not today, I don't. But
Useful.
I do have
Cool.
invisibility and other things.
I think maybe just hear me out. Maybe that is one that we keep prepared in the future. In a situation like this, but 3 of us begin to cast it and we can carry 3 other people with us. We can move our whole party 500 feet in 6 seconds. So we could like teleport onto the boat without as long as we get within 500 feet.
Understandable. But I can
File that
also
away. It's all right.
I can also stand about 200, 300 feet away, and if I have a sight on Jonathan, I can just teleport him off the boat with me never even being there. So that's another option. All I have to do is see him.
If he is in the top deck, you might be able to get him that way.
I did hear him upside, so if he is still up there when we make it there, then that
And
is an
I could-
option.
I could give you a horse. You could probably outrun them.
Okay, so thinking this through, if we are to magically snatch him off the boat and back to shore with us, what is our plan of escape from there? Do we have any means at our disposal other than, well, I guess including turning me into a whale and swimming back to the bay? Because that did work at that lake. I mean, how else are we getting back?
That only lasts for an hour, and it took us several days.
There's
Yeah.
always
I don't know
the
how
option-
these things work.
There's always the option of hiding back in the towers.
I am not going back there.
Thea visibly flinches at that suggestion.
Look, I understand your ability to pull him off the ship, and that's great. But that's also those are the only two ways we're really getting off this, unless we're going to teleport. Do you have access to that today?
Yeah.
Okay.
So sounds
So
like
you
we
pull him
have
off
to.
and I'm sorry. We could pull him off and try to hide and rest for the evening, and if you're able to teleport tomorrow. Do neither of you know teleportation circle?
We don't have rooms. We didn't have reagents to set it up, so it wasn't able to. So yeah, it's the boat or swimming.
So we need the
Possibly.
boat, which means I guess we're gonna have to sweet talk our way through this. Which means play the oddier card and, well, Felix, my man, you're the one with the silverest tongue out of all of us. So I guess you're center stage for this one.
It's really presumptuous, Joe.
Hey, man, I tried to talk my way through Porg helping us out. Look how that ended up. That
I think you
have
did
not the
great.
patience. And I do not have the patience or inclination to talk to pirates right now.
You know, actually, I've been thinking this is kind of Costas' bread and butter. So what if we set him in to negotiate?
You know what? I
Better
think
him than me.
I don't feel like being taken hostage this decade, so I might actually just be hiding at the back of the grove with like a hood up or something.
Why would anybody take you hostage?
Have you seen this guy's pajamas?
Yeah, but his mother doesn't love him. He's not a valuable hostage.
His daddy do, though.
I don't think they know internal politics of my family. All they think they know is that I'm like potential successor. I think that's all that matters. That's all.
Okay,
Costas. If we're trying to negotiate, thanks to Othala, did pick up an extra scroll that could be used to create quite a large amount of money, though, only lasting an hour.
Do you think is the trawler faster than their ship? Do we think we could outrun them if we were to even able once they figure out that we duped them?
I don't
The
know.
way Joe described it, their ship is larger and they have cannons. Or sorry, they have those weird metal things that likely shoot things.
Well, it also seemed magically enhanced in some way. So
Yes, I'm gonna guess we probably couldn't.
I mean,
Unless
maybe
we
if there's
promise to. Well, okay, if it comes to this feels like a really risky strategy. If it comes to it, if we can promise them some kind of bounty that will pay in full as soon as we get back, if we can hand off that that fake gold of yours and then just disappear into the city for a while, that's an option. But again, it seems like a last resort kind of thing because they will be mighty pissed when they found out that we hoodwinked them like that.
I will
But-
say I would much rather fight them in the city when we're well rested. We can manipulate the train and they're away from their ship with the likely shooty things.
Well, yeah, sure. But, I mean, I'd rather not fight them at all. So let's keep that in the back pocket. I'm glad that you brought that up, though. That is a nice card to have.
Out of character, just judging by the descriptions of the ship and having experience with warships, if we got a head start, how likely is it that they could catch up to us and track us?
If you had a head start with the trawler and this class of a ship, but make an intelligence check. I will add your to it. Rolling hot, baby. By the description of it not utilizing an anchor yet not moving, suggests to you that there's magical means the ship is traveling. It would be difficult to ascertain how quickly it could catch up, given that it has magical means of movement. However, a class of that ship with the mass that it has will be able to catch up onto the sloop, which is what the trawler is. If you had, let's say, a 6-mile head start, they'd be able to catch up to you most likely in the same day at the end of that day. This all factors in wind because we're going off of the fact that they have a really good wind going into the bay. That's what you're going to be making for.
Yeah.
So they
All right.
have the advantage because they have a tailwind. So they get the wind. And that's gives you more speed for a larger ship.
Do we have spell? No, never mind, sorry.
So given what we know about this ship, we did get a head start and we got out of sight of them, headed for back to the mainland. Sure, they could catch up to us. However, what we could do is we could attempt to maneuver ourselves around south or north of the isle. Perhaps stay there for a little while and then return back to land. Unless they have another way of tracking us. Possible.
I mean, they'd be able to see where we were going, what direction and all that. So, like, even if they can't catch up to us immediately, they'd know which way we went. I imagine they have spy glasses too. So, I just don't think outrunning them is an option. We got to wait. We need to talk our way out of this.
I don't think we couldn't outrun them unless we disable their ability to follow us, or at least slow it down. Let me throw out 2 ideas. You guys, let me know what you think. One, I think Joe, you're absolutely right. We could try to negotiate our way out of it, and it's possible, But when you're negotiating from a position of weakness, you're depending on that person's, good grace or maybe greed, but they could possibly just like, why negotiate? We can just take all your shit anyways, off your body. So it's possible, but again, I'm not a miracle worker. But what if that's a big force? But what if we were able to maybe divide their force?
Go on.
Like something maybe of interest demonstrated on the land, where they would have to send a landing party to come investigate. And either, I mean, if I put my mind in the mind of that captain, I'm not going to send all my people to go look at it. I'm going to send like a squad out or half, to pursue that. And so then we could either try to then take half the ship or take the landing party, or if they send the majority of people, just avoid the landing party and go to the ship.
as strange as it is to say, what I wouldn't give for one of them fiends showing up right about now. Head straight to that ship and distract them, but... Ugh. I don't know. What do the rest of y'all think? It's a good idea.
What would be a big enough interest that they'd send about half of their people? That they'd be able to see from land and they wouldn't immediately think it's an illusion or something of that nature.
So, you know, they clearly, pirates, they want easy marks. So like you wouldn't want. I don't think you'd want to send like a dragon, right? Because they'd like, yeah, fuck a dragon, let's go. But like I can, major illusion. You see me doing before, to a certain extent, something maybe falling out of the sky, like a moon rock or something might be interest. Easy pickings. Or because clearly, or we can feed into this idea that our captain isn't here alone, and maybe try to get him to bluff that we're wounded and need help or something like that.
What about a meteor or something of that nature? Meteors, I mean, it's usually in legend, but meteors are sometimes rumored to carry rare gems or metals inside of them. You could have a meteor fall from the sky into the dunes, maybe somewhere near the coastline.
You think
I
they
mean, and
live
that's the
there?
thing.
I
You
kind
can't
of
like
like
just.
it. I like the dragon idea better. If you
That's
just
the thing. We
like
can't just
some
have
invisible
like.
dragon coming down and suddenly popping up over the dunes,
Why-
coming straight for them, maybe they'll just light out.
Pirates.
Why-
Second
why do
career
we
for
need-
pirates, astronomy.
Why do we need to distract them and draw them somewhere else? Why can't we just scare them off?
That's what
A
I'm
dragon
saying.
would do that.
I don't. I mean, I guess maybe, but if they have a spellcaster, right? Anything that you send at them, they're gonna test to see if it's an illusion.
So maybe
That's the
just
thing,
have it
too.
circle from afar.
Yeah, but a dragon circling several miles away, for 10 minutes. I don't know that does the trick.
I don't
Actually, they
know.
have a spellcaster. Maybe the spellcaster would know something like the signs of a creature, not a creature in general. So, like maybe some mystical creature, like a unicorn, causes changes in the environment. Instead of actually summoning the unicorn, which would be too obvious, because why would there just be a random unicorn on Dune? We could summon the changes in the environment. Like we could make like a random rainbow appear or some shit. I don't know.
Sure, I can do it in 10 cubic feet, or sorry, 20 cubic feet.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Then that's. That's the thing. We need to make something. We can't just summon a big pile of gold just on the top of a dune because, that's obviously a trap.
Would you be able to, going back to that fiend idea, I mean, I was able to detect fiends down the islands. Odds are okay, I guess. Somebody else might be able to feel that too if they have that natural inclination towards that kind of thing. So if they have somebody that can detect that from afar, and then you start popping up the illusion of, well, I don't know, just like a bunch of fiends kind of huddled in a corner, all like creeping up over the dunes and looking at them, with a mad glint in their eye. Maybe they'll just cut and run.
Yeah, totally possible. And I think if they were just dummies, not kind of like nodding the head towards gossips, that might work. But if they have a wizard or something like that, they they know the same magics that we do or close to it. So it's a gamble for sure.
Yep. They're all gambles. Should we just put it to a vote then? Because I don't have any clear ideas or answers here.
Well, what if it's not something specific? What if, because Jonathan did say that he was here alone. They know he's lying. So what if we, let's say, set off an explosion or let off a campfire. Just a sure sign of where we're at, and maybe they will send a party out there. I think divide and conquer is a good idea, but maybe something subtle, not something so specific.
Oh, yeah. What if I just minor illusion or major illusioned us, 120 feet that way, with like, setting up camp or whatever, like we're getting ready to rest, and they're likely to have people with spyglasses or whatever.
Mhm.
I can have the illusion like roll across the hill, like they walked, like cast it beyond the line of sight and have it roll over and walk. And it's us settling down, for like 10 minutes or so. Um,
Yeah, just to have the illusion that we're somewhere. It's a subtle thing. They'll be on the lookout for a different campfire or something like that. They're on Felgum. They know Jonathan's here. It's suspicious. Maybe we don't do too much, and maybe it'll just
yeah.
work for us.
Well, because
What?
then it shows, that was his crew, waiting there, and
Exactly.
the only thing is like after 10 minutes I can't keep like the fire going. So like I don't know if somebody can be invisible over where I put the illusion and like start a fire, or
Yeah,
I could.
make a
All
real
right, but
fire.
so what's the end goal here, though? Let's say they send anywhere from a small party to scout us out, all the way up to half of their forces out to try to hunt us. What then? What are we doing? Are we trying to storm and take over the trawler and make our way out? Or are we trying to go in and kidnap Morgan? Or are we trying to what?
I think whatever's the most vulnerable target, it is whether we attack that or something else of that nature, right? So like if they send out just a small party to look at it, we murk those fools, and if they send out half, we might still contend with half, because it's better to fight half of the enemy force at once than but if they send out more than half, we try to sneak past them and take the ship.
What if instead of using an illusion, we sent a message to Jonathan telling him what to tell them? Like we had him leak, maybe even if they're gonna find a way, like use his own truth or something of that nature to confirm the truth, maybe in a variation of the truth. Like I brought adventurers here looking for treasure, and then he could, because if they see a fire,
I mean-
they might be on edge because the fire's gonna be kind of close. They're gonna be thinking they might have spotted us already. If we say I saw spotted adventurers looking for treasure, might even give them the directions of something like remotely in the directions we came from, and they head that way. And that way, yeah,
It's
they'll
possible
think they
for
have the drop
sure.
on us.
He
Yes.
might be as good of a liar as me, but he also might be as good of a liar as you. So
Or we don't even tell them that we're feeding them anything. Just messages out of the blue, pretending we don't know anything about what's going on with him, and say, hey, we're over at the towers. It was a clear shot over here. We found all kinds of heaps of treasure here in the tower. Like, could you maybe give us a hand hauling all this stuff back? If they get that out of him, they suddenly depart, going to try to pick up all the goods. We can just sneak back, contend with whoever's left over, and hightail it out of here.
I like that. Treasures were wounded and we need help carrying.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
one thing that
We
worries me
barely
is it
survived, but
seems-
we got all the treasure out of the towers.
yeah, one thing that worries me with us, it seems to, at least he seemed to be trying to not sell us out, so he might last a while if we send him that. But they'll probably get him out eventually. But I don't want to put him through unnecessary pain.
Okay, so to get this straight, what are we doing? Are we setting a fire, or are we sending a message to Jonathan?
And I think we were discussing options. So, we have like the frontal assault,
Mhm.
which is kind of stupid. We can try to lead them away with illusions, or we can try to manipulate them by through Jonathan.
All right.
Or again, Casas can go down there with the white flag and try to negotiate a peaceful surrender.
You're our paladin. Um, I think the last one is a good idea. I'd rather keep as much resources as we have in case we do have to get into some sort of a fight. But if that is the case, I think it does work out. Maybe more better than making a subtle fire for them to come and send for us. But if we do send a message, are we telling Jonathan or are we hoping they have a zone of truth? Because if
They have
we can
methods
just beat
to
around
track
it.
it.
Yeah,
I'd
if they're
rather
just
not have him
torturing
get.
him.
Yeah, I'd rather him not go through that.
Yeah, if they're just
I don't
torturing
know.
him, we can just send a message to tell him to start squealing, basically.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like we just tell him to
Squeal.
just yeah, we just tell him like we can tell him the truth. We can tell him generally like a variation of the truth, leaving out a few key details of like where we came from. We can even mention we found treasure because we technically did. Just we don't mention that like it was kind of underwhelming, and then we just say where we came from. We maybe like backdate it multiple hours, and boom. That's even if it's his
It
own
feels
truth.
really overcomplicated, and he's going to be under duress. Well, what if we just tell him, "Hey, see what's happening on the boat. Let him know we're at the base of the tower. We're wounded. Need help carrying it out, and we'll split the treasure or something like that."
Yeah, just
I mean,
let him make up a story himself so he can be as natural as he can.
a lot of that information and manipulation be on our side. That's basically what he would get. Would be like we're on our way to the ship from the towers with like kinds of some treasure or stuff like that. But yeah,
But
But
Yeah.
okay, wait. Again, I don't want him to get hurt. If he thinks that he's going to be able to bluff his way out of this and get a whole heap of treasure because that's what we told him, he might hold out and make things worse for himself. It might actually be better if we just tell him to tell the pirates that, hey, we got treasure at the tower. Come and get it, and we'll try to get him off. Wait, phrasing. Sorry.
maybe we could tell him. Just feel free to tell
Joe,
the
nobody
pirate.
wants your tower treasure.
Just add at the end. Feel free to tell the pirates at the end of the message, and then if they zone truth them, zone truth doesn't extract information. It just confirms whether information is true or not. So he can just leave that part out if he wants.
I'm just
But there are
afraid.
other
Costas, the only
there are
people
other
capable
like
of a zone of truth would be a paladin. Or
yes, I know,
someone
but there are
with-
other like ways of confirming truth. I'm just using an example.
I
but
know
yeah.
that, but I'm trying to draw a parallel that they would have someone that is only on a pirate ship, unless it's an evil cleric or a paladin, right? Oathbreaker, maybe perhaps, but
It's your cousin Schmashtus.
yeah, I mean, I would say use a character's trait tree. You might think that's in the realm of possibilities because you rolled so low on the history check that I think it's true to form.
But like he might just be a bad liar, or like they might have like people with similar abilities magically. I'm using that as an example.
I think
Alright.
I think Joe is right. Maybe we tell them to just meet us at the tower and we cut out the middleman because I'm afraid they may just kill Jonathan when they're done with him after they get the information. So maybe we just have him cut out the situation, have them meet us with the treasure, and we try to deal with them. Bring two
Would
of
they
the
still
plans
kill
together.
him as soon as he relays that?
I don't know. I really don't.
We'd have to give him a reason to keep him alive. Meaning, we say quite truthfully that getting in there
It's
and actually
dangerous.
finding this stuff is extremely complicated. Took us like 2 days to figure out how that damn portals worked,
Mhm.
and we'll meet him outside to drag him through it because this whole thing is topsy turvy and wizardly to the extreme.
And Jonathan is the one that knows the way, so he can guide them.
Or if they believe Jonathan is a friend of ours, they could just send whoever they have and hold him hostage, saying, "Hey, we have your friend. If you don't give us the treasure,
Well, I'm okay with that, right? They send out part of their people, they hold him hostage. That means he's on the ship, right? And we just take that and go.
Sure.
Yeah, or we could just maybe take their. If they don't send a big party, we could just take their party hostage, and then it's a hostage exchange.
I don't think they care about their hostages, but yeah.
I
Who
mean,
knows? Either way, I think this is our best chance of success. So Only 25 words, right? I'll leave
Yep.
the verbiage up to you.
So let's just get the points together. We're gonna tell Jonathan that we're at the base of the tower. We have treasure. We're wounded, and we're making a trade for his life for the treasure. Because he has to make up this story himself. I only have 25 words.
Mr. Othello, you're a smart guy. If you were the captain of the ship, what would get you off of it?
We're barricaded in the tower. There's tons of treasure. We need help getting back out again. And we left instructions with a map inside the entrance of the tower. So I'm just trying to think of how they would actually like be forced to go out and get them. Like, we can't get out ourselves, but they have to go into the tower in order to get the treasure. And the only way that they're going to be able to figure out how is by going into the tower themselves.
But would they go through all of that work?
If we tell them we found over 100,000 gold worth of stuff here,
Okay,
Sure.
so I'm gonna go out of character. So we've definitely been deliberating this for like over half an hour in real time. Okay, so yeah, let's take a deep breath. The issue with that plan is, and let's speak it out of character. We're gonna out of character now. Is the fact that you're still offering them to have to do work of some kind, and then they would still encounter you to do that work. That's the issue. So they're not going to want to encounter any sort of opposition to getting treasure. So they're going to take the course of action, which is literally letting you just sit in the tower and die before they go in. They have no reason just to not let you starve to death in there and then just find the loot on your bodies as well as the tower. So
Probably fair, yeah.
yeah. So I think what's important here is how can you get them off of the boat, right? How do you get them off of the boat? You can't figure out how to get off the boat because you don't know why they're here. If you assume, right? We can assume this because we have the history in our checks that we have that they're after some sort of loot. The tales and the stories tell that there's nothing on the island. There's nothing. And Jonathan Yan is literally a solo captain of the trawler, which is just a runner for, bayfront fishing expeditions and other things. So they're not a trader with actual mercantilism type exotic goods that would be worth any sort of value. So I think right there catches you, and it should catch you, that there's a specific reason why they're here. There's a specific reason why they decided to waylay the trawler and go through the necessary steps upon Jonathan. If you can't figure out why they're here, then you can't figure out how they're going to get them off the ship. You can always keep going and say, hey, there's treasure in the tower, there's stuff there, and you can run through the whole sending spell to get to access that. But the reality is they'll just try to capture you and then take them to the tower and get the treasure, right? And then they'll just take it from you. Right. So those are things that I'm thinking about too in my head. Listening to all of you, hopefully that helps out. And whatever it is, we can do whatever, but it's got to be a plan. And take as much time as you need. Take as much time as you need. I'm taking the team. It's like the coach, right? Blow the whistle, throw up the hands, baby. Time out. All right. and let you kind of gather your thoughts. If we need to go to break, we can go to break earlier than normal. But it's entirely up to you.
Mr. Othello? You heard what's going on? Can you just ask the captain what he wants? Before we go into all this manipulate, maybe we'll say those plans, but just be like, hey, what the fuck you want?
Sure, why not? We're getting nowhere here. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, let's ask Captain Morgan what he wants.
Captain Morgan wants to get drunk. All right. So I'm gonna send a spell Yeah, I'm cast sending to Captain Morgan. Ugh. Damage to the spell slot. You have our attention. We see what's going on down there on the shore. What do you want from us?
Yeah, I did prompt for a short rest. If you didn't get the prompt, you could take one.
I thought that was so much damage coming at me.
I know.
I know. It was like, what the fuck?
I was, I was
Four
like,
fireballs off the main
arrows.
bow.
The setting response comes back. I want to know what you're doing on the Isle of the Blessed.
Damn it. You non-efficiency of my spell. I'll cast sending again. Well, before that, he wants to know what we're doing here. So, treasure hunting.
I mean, you can, be partially honest, and we were looking for treasure treasure in the Tower of Felgen. You heard rumors that was there, and we abandoned it because we were getting hostage.
All right.
Or maybe that gives them a reason to, I don't know, try to waylay us again. On the other hand, I mean, he is a pirate that do just about anything for coin. What if he was hired by Damodar to figure out what the hell we were doing here? So, like,
I mean, yeah, that does seem like a boss move. Like, hey, I know the Isle of the Blessed is dangerous to me, so I'm gonna have a pirate crew patrol it. That's a good idea about it.
Sure. Yeah, maybe after saying that he'll want to negotiate. So I'll cast sending again.
Wait. So I don't want you to spend all your resources to negotiate back and forth. But send one more, and then maybe offer an in-person negotiator, and I'll go down to the ship and talk to him.
or have him come here.
Oh yeah.
How far are we? We're still 3 miles.
3 miles,
from-
yeah.
All right, so I'll say probably in the middle. We should meet halfway. If anything, but yeah, I'll cast sending. We heard of a dragon's horde. We're here treasure hunting. If you're willing to negotiate, we are also willing. We just don't want to see any bloodshed.
Over 25 there.
Yep. I'm trying to catch it right there in the middle.
You're over 25. That's fine, though. Is that it?
No, it's not, because I had like 5 more words.
You did, didn't you?
Yep.
Meet us
I'll let you.
Meet
I'll
us.
let you
2 miles
ret-
inland.
I'll let you retcon. And
Okay.
you added a lot of language in there I don't think you needed to add.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna try again.
I'll let you retcon it and figure it out but I'm gonna put you on a timer. You got 2 minutes.
All right.
So I was wondering if you think that we should maybe negotiate.
Also, what's your favorite color?
So
You got this, Jay.
yeah. Heard of this. Okay. Heard of a treasure cove. Obtain items. Willing to negotiate. 1.5 miles inland to your east.
Gotcha. Okay.
Way better.
Yeah, I like it. Hold on, my kid. Lavinna, what are you doing? No. Come on. You eat pretzels in here. Go. I don't know how you got that.
The pirate captain has a daughter. Oh, that's adorable.
Oh,
She didn't nap today, and she's hitting, and it's been bad. It's been real bad. She's been hitting us and swinging around. And, man, it's a great life, Dave. You're gonna love it. You'll love it. It's gonna be great. All right. So you send your message out. The response comes back quite promptly. We do not leave the Black Rat. You will come here. To negotiate.
Yeah, it looks like he's not coming here.
So we sending in Cassis, yeah.
sure.
How you feeling, Costas?
Wait, what?
Yep, perfect.
You said
He's our
Goss is
man.
in. Goss is like stripped down from all their armor and stuff, and then they're literally what is that torture thing where they take you underneath the boat?
Heel hauling?
You think you'll you see him many times. What are you doing? Oh my that would be the worst end of any player character. That was so messed up. All right. So what? Okay, so that's the answer. It's blunt. It's plain. They will not leave the ship, and they will negotiate.
I say we send a flaming arrow at the ship in response.
That's
Okay,
dumb.
yeah, that was good. Good idea in a brainstorm, right? Love it. We're never gonna do that, but good.
Just imagine Costas throwing the arrow out. All of a sudden, the cannons.
Just has like half a hole on the side.
Well, that's our boy Costas. He died as he lived. Dumb.
I prefer to
Okay,
say
so
poking the
wait, I
bear.
see, if we're gonna go there, right, we can either all go, and if things go poorly, at least we have each other to respond, or just one of us go, maybe Costas, and if things go poorly, just one of us dies.
Who can teleport back in one shape or another? They should go. At least they could make it back to the shore and run.
I've seen
would
Costas
be-
teleport all the time.
I will be honest, I'm fine with going, but I want Othala within range so he can teleport me back. Just
out
that-
of character. There is something that Porig had mentioned to you all about teleportation in this space. So you all are aware that that was mentioned to this party. I do want to make that a point of reference. Or sorry, point of reminder.
Forgot.
I'm not saying
I
it
mean,
won't work.
Dimension Door works.
Yeah, you get exactly. So I'm not
I mean,
saying it
I've
won't
done
work.
multiple times, so-
I'm just reminding of that because we had a long combat.
But yeah,
Yeah. So the other thing is, they might have a mage there that can, counter spell.
But yeah, I would actually be fine going since I can summon myself a horse, which I can ride up to the negotiations if I need to make a quick getaway, and I still have my channel divinity for persuasion. But
Is it a sort of water horse?
How fast can that horse swim?
I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm not thinking I'm going on the boat. I'm thinking of yelling at them from shore. But that's
I have a feeling they're not going to let you do that.
I'll just add here. They value their ship, right? So, as a means of precautions, can always polymorph myself to a sea creature, swim around by their ship, and if anything goes wrong, can let me know over the mental link under threat of perhaps, well, putting a decent sized hole in the ship.
Turn herself into some kind of giant sea kraken or something.
More like a condensed magical beam.
A whale.
What I used to blow up the barrier to get into the well.
Well, I don't think we should send person alone. Just decoy, make it look like we're sending one person, but we should all go. We should all stay hidden. I think it's very smart, Istro. We have something underwater. I'd be able to probably help you with that as well, so you're not going alone.
Then everybody else can sneaky step with me and we can hide out.
Exactly. You can have angles. I think that's pretty good.
See if I can line up a shot on Morgan, see if I can take him out from ashore if things go south.
But who's going on the ship? Because Costas, if you are going on this boat, I don't think you have any of your armor or your weapons. Are you?
I'd really rather not. I'd really rather, if I'm gonna meet them, I'm going to really try to get myself so I can negotiate at most on the pier, not on the boat. I think I can. Like they sit down, they don't leave the boat. That's when we tried to negotiate 1.5 miles inland. I'm willing to negotiate within cannon range, like within the range they could easily like shoot me with arrows and stuff. But like I'm not going on their boat. I think they'd be willing to understand that.
Or maybe we just send Felix because he's good at talking to people.
Yeah, if I'm not good, if Felix wants to go on the boat,
Joe,
that's fine.
come on. Costas is the best in high pressure negotiations.
I know it's hilarious, but I mean, I do kind of want this to go right. We all remember how we talked to them robots in the bookstore over here at Felgum. Well, I guess it
To be
wasn't
fair,
a store because
Felix
they didn't
messed
let us
that up,
buy
too.
anything.
Yeah,
Felix and me both
that
messed
is
that
right.
up.
Whatever. I'll be sneaking around the shore regardless, so whoever wants to go goes.
And because I like you made the decision. You can have this one, and I'll take the next high stakes hostage negotiation, or vice versa. Your choice.
Why don't we flip a coin and let Paylor decide?
Sure, I will. You call it, and I'll flip the coin.
Heads.
I'd like to try to sleight of hand to make it tails.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check, please. 17. Costas, your passive perception has not reached that. See as Felix flicks the coin, grabs the coin, puts the coin upon the back of the hand. It's exactly the outcome. Okay.
Oh, tough luck, buddy. Next time.
Oh wow! I'm so disappointed. I don't get to go on the ship with like giant explosive like pew pew things on it, and dozens of pirates. Wow! Good luck, Felix.
Wait, what were you guys flipping for again? Who doesn't go or who does go?
We were flipping for the honor of getting to negotiate for the group.
Ah. All right. Well, everybody else form up around me. We're sneaky stepping.
How far is it to because I can't see the other side of the map because it comes down to you. How far is it to probably up here from where we are? Because I'm pretty sure the boats are down here.
Yeah, exactly. So you're kind of coming at it at a straight shot, but you're also working with the natural land. Your approach can be in any direction. You can come approaching from the beach on the north, and you can come approaching the beach from the south, which is respective left or right side of the map. So it's entirely up to you and how you wish to approach.
Because I suggest that we probably come from the north side. That way, Israel, if you're going to polymorph, you can enter the ocean while we're coming down. And it gives us enough time so you don't waste an entire hour swimming. So if that's going to happen, I would send you with Ethan. Have Ethan probably swim beside you underneath. Right?
Mr. Cassis,
hmm
I know precious to you, but could I maybe borrow your mount to make a good entrance?
My what?
Your mount?
Oh, sure. What kind do you want?
The most majestic looking motherfucker you got.
What an elk do?
Yeah. Can it be white?
Yes, it can be. I'd like to summon a white
Actually,
elk.
Fuckers.
I'm
How
not sure if that's
about-
automatic.
A great white buffalo.
Let me check. I don't know if I can do that.
You want a white elk? I could do a white
Uh,
elk. I have elk
yeah.
tokens. So,
I think
I have a lot
I don't
of
think
elk
that would that be slower than a horse?
is an elk slower than a
It's
horse?
not about the
Yes.
speed, buddy.
The
The
elk
is
things
yeah.
are bad. I'm
yeah.
gonna totally leave that thing there.
Actually, hold
Okay,
on.
yeah. So just
wait.
the most majestic looking great white elk with like elaborate horns. Like
I think that the horse is only 10 feet faster, so it's not that big of a difference.
yeah.
Right, so the goal is to have a dramatic entrance so that all eyes are on me while you guys are like sneaky stepping or like fish swimming.
Mhm. Also, the elk will be a celestial, capable of understanding common.
Great, good. I was worried about that.
The one worry.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Yep, go team. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm gonna summon Ethan again. This time at 6th level. 6th level.
Yeah,
Sure.
about that. We should have a conversation about this later. Like, you're able to summon dragons that we killed? Are they like back alive or? All right, we got other things to worry about right now. But man,
You're summoning Ethan right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna summon Ethan. Which one does force? Is it gems? Are gems try working first? Let's go chromatic, regular Ethan.
You summon Ethan. Ethan appears.
Gonna do. Ethan has a new ability. He's lightning now. Okay. Yeah, summon Ethan. You're gonna help Istru. Just follow alongside her. Stay hidden. We have a battle. This might commence.
So are you summoning Ethan as a different type? Is that what you're saying?
No. I said I'm gonna put the resistance lightning because I get chromatic resistance. One of the resistances. It made me choose, so I just picked lightning.
Okay. Yeah, the spell is okay. Gotcha. So I have it configured as an actual summonable thing. The spell is going to want you to do something else. So, I want to be clear. If we're using Ethrin as the spirit, Ethrin has to have cold resistance for the spirit. So I will make a ruling on that. So if you are going to have
Okay.
Ethrin, it can't be a different type of resistances in terms of the stat line.
Alright. It's fine. Ethan will
Okay.
still be cold then.
So you do summon Ethrin here. I'll have to work on that. I know that's a seat. I wonder if there's a way I can configure. There might be a way I can configure it that actually summons this one, but it's part of the whole menu prompt and everything like that. So we can do maybe 2 different.
Yeah, because I don't even need the cold resistance because I'm immune.
Gotcha.
So it could just be a summon. But yeah, I'll just send him to be with Israel. And then I'll look at Joe. Yeah, we can talk about that, but kind of have more pressing matters.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right, everybody, let's go.
Two things before we leave. I would noticing that Zaya's been out of it full time. Just try to take a moment, to step aside, not in the middle of the group, just step aside, like, hey, you good with the plan?
Yeah, just point me where I need to go.
I think you're with Joe. I do need to get my hat back for this epic entrance.
I'll hand him his hat.
And then I will reach inside the inside brim and pull out a small medallion. But you can hold on to this for me. That'd be great, just in case I don't make it, and pass it back to her. And you can see it looks like a embossed coin, a little heavier than the medallion, or heavier than a coin, but it looks almost like the size of a silver dollar. On one side, it has a clock face with Roman numeral numbers on it. And the other side, it has scales, like for a balance. That's really important to me, so if you could just keep that safe, and then I'll put the hat on.
Is this like symbology that I would recognize?
I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like that.
Okay.
So to clarify, Ithrin, summoning the spirit, is going to let out a large, like a groan. It made is going to be under the water, approaching from the north side of the water, accompanied by Istriel, who is going to polymorph into what?
Dolphin.
Do I have a dolphin? I'm gonna find out. I don't think I have dolphin artwork at all. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Our summons are amazing. White elk, Ithrin, dolphin. You have a great party.
I also probably just as a point of clarity, we would have gotten to a position that we could have gotten to the ship within the hour that we've cast these spells. So
I was trying to make sure about.
Because I know we were like 3 miles away, so we would have cast them all and been like, well, that was fun.
No, I know. I'm trying to set it up. Yeah, I got you. I'm with you. I'm with the whole step of the way. So the pass out trace, and that's why I'm not going to actually configure. I'm not going to adjust the time at this point, because if I do that, then it's going to create specific steps. Now the pass out trace, that is going to go on to pretty much everybody besides Istriel, who's polymorphed in the water, and Felix, who's on the elk, right? And then you're all going to approach. Okay. So I need Ithrin from their stat block to make a stealth check, and I need Istriel from the dolphin stat block to make a stealth check.
Everybody, look! It's Flipper.
Be able to navigate into the character sheet within summons, and then you should be able to click on.
Yeah, he doesn't have any ability. Oh, here we go. I see him.
For reference, we're going to be at least 30 to 40 feet below water level.
No, I'm with you.
Ithrin is a monster.
Okay.
You're not doing flips above the water.
No Flipper over here.
No, I love it. All right, and then everyone with pass without trace, go make stealth checks.
Oh. That hurt. That hurt a lot.
Pretty average.
Yeah, that hurt. He only got a 25.
Warrior
God.
2 got a
Yeah,
25.
yeah. Well, my base right there, my passive right now with Pass Without a Trace is a 33. So yeah,
Yeah.
that hurt. I have a plus 23 to stealth checks right now.
Yeah, it's probably as good as I was gonna get, so I feel happy.
Okay. So, as you navigate to get into your respective positions, taking the extra time to hike around, I'm not going to advance the time clock here. I'm actually going to do, because it is going to get darker, I'm actually going to detach the darkness control. And I'm going to actually configure how dark it is manually. So I don't want to mess with concentrations and timers. Taking the 3 miles your hike of your journey, for you, Felix, it's pretty much a walk. You're actually moving probably as slow as possible in the elk. The elk is its summons, placed in mounting, kind of riding on top of it, and it's shifting its weight every so often against the sand and the grass. An animal not really suited for this, but it's going to work just fine. It is going to speak to you on the journey. So, come around here often?
Oh, it's my first time. Have you been here before?
No. Cool place, though.
Yeah. Tell me, what's the weirdest thing you know about your paladin?
Oh. Well, what constitutes weird?
Like, if you had to tell me the most hilarious or embarrassing thing that you've experienced or seen him do or learned about him.
Huh. Oh. Yeah. One time, sees kind of snickers a little bit, shakes the nape of its neck. One time, Casas forgot to put on underpants and began go downstairs in the nape of their banner. Went into the kitchen, was picking up a snack. One of the servants caught him.
Bare ass and all? Oof,
Bare
that's
ass
rough.
and all. But
Well,
it wasn't a servant. It was their mom. Casas was fully grown, half drunk.
I mean, to be fair, it is hard to keep your underwear on around that lady, but
Taverns, am I right?
No.
Just shrug the shoulders.
Oy vey.
Nothing else to say. You want to know something embarrassing? Come on.
no, it's perfect.
You're welcome.
I feel like when I'm telling so I'll just quietly smile.
Quietly smile back of the elk as you ride forward. All right, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break because it's the point before we get into the next scene that's gonna happen here. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're gonna come back at about 6:15 p.m. PDT. Hopefully you join us when we're back. Thank you. Bye. All right, welcome back. Thank you for rejoining us. I'm going to go ahead and activate the scene. I'm going to set the stage. Okay, so a number of you have traveled over the cross of 3 miles. I've adjusted the sun and the things to be depicting its sunset. It's coming down into that. Now, I don't believe your vision should be fully occluded yet. There's also light sources on the boats. And that allows you to kind of see that they're actually lighting lanterns and other things upon both of the ships to give themselves their own light. 2 of you are approaching from the water. I'm not going to put your elevation down. Just know that you're in the depths underneath here. You're on the kind of the sandy, rocky underdwellings of the water itself as you're beginning to make way in the direction of the ship. When it comes to, we'll go through how high your tokens are actually up. The rest of you that did not accompany the elk being righted by Felix, you're kind of coming from the north side, hugging to the grass, hugging to the things. Paso Trace is hiding the steps that you're leaving within the sand. It's also kind of keeping the sway of the grass as you sneak through a little bit more natural. And you kind of you've reached this point on the edge of the map here. This is actually where your tokens would kind of be in relevance. Is that this dune, this is the last dune on the map over here, and that has a height roughly of about 6 to 7 feet or so. So you're kind of hunched down now, like getting down lower as you're kind of moving through to get yourself some cover. But technically, unless they're on the actual, unless they're on the crow's nest, and you can't actually see up in the crow's nest to know if there's anybody up there because the actual lighting and the other concealment factor of that, you don't know if someone's up there. But if there was, they could see you there, okay? And so you're doing extra diligent now to be as stealth as possible, right? So now you're taking the roles that you've had, and you're kind of making way, hug yourself down, and you're looking, trying to do the best you can. And so I'm going to have it unpaused. And as I have it unpaused, we're not going to do everything at once. We're actually just going to go a little bit of a round. We'll start with Felix first, and then we'll go to the rest of you who are stealthed, and then we'll go to Ethrin and Israel as a dolphin, okay? So we're going to do in a difference between the 3, but we're not going to roll initiative because it's not necessary. We're not in combat. We're not in a state that we need initiative. It's really just keeping prior. We're not having tokens move all over the place that I can't see because this map is massive, and I actually can't view this map myself. I can't view this map myself to look at everything all at once. So, all right. So Felix, I'm going to create back because we have wind, we have the rain, we have rolling thunder. Let's get a little bit of a bow on light. Turn that down because there's a little bit of crashing of the waves. It's the shore that you're able to hear. And you have the distant sounds of not shouting, but talking.
Before I came over the threshold of this last doom, I would cast Invincibility on myself and the elk, I guess. It's automatically upcast, giving Eagle's Splendor.
Does it put it on the elk? That'd be really funny. It does. The elk's gonna need it.
He shall be the elkiest elk who ever elked.
Additionally, if you said there was lightning and thunder,
There is. You can see it in the distance to the west.
I would be using as I'm slowly, deliberately trotting at as slow as dramatically as possible. This elk is high stepping, and I'm going to be having minor illusion and prestidigitation to have sparks of lightning shooting off my body and off the elk to match.
Fuck
this.
yeah.
I like it. So, Felix, the floor is yours.
All right, buddy. See you on the other side. If I abandon you here, don't worry, you'll be resummoned. But I think we're totally gonna get through it just fine.
What?
No, don't worry about it.
Oh.
I'll keep
Okay.
approaching dramatically and slowly in that fashion to give my party as much position as possible until I'm told to stop by this crew. So you tell me whoever that token is up.
Oh, so you are mounted to the elk. You have to move the elk's token and not your own. Technically, it's a large-sized creature, but the artwork wants to have it be massive, which I think is great. Okay.
And if
Okay,
I'm
well-
not set up, I would keep walking.
You mean to trot up? I'm going to have a pause now. So as you begin to get to the shoreline, they spot you. You see as the brigantine ship is actually higher up. Notice the cannons they have are beginning to lower themselves down. People are yelling, giving direction and orders. And I'm just going to go ahead and negotiate some movement of the tokens in that time. There are still observations. They're keeping their posts alert in various different paths. But they're all beginning to shift themselves a little bit to be battle ready. And those require themselves at a particular station. The ones on the trawler are doing the same. They're just kind of moving over towards the railing of the ship and just turning their attention over to you two, but you're staying by Jonathan. And another is coming to the side here, and then there's one up by the helm just turning. Okay. So at that point, they're now moving. You've moved, you're on. No one's saying anything to you, but you're hearing the actual chatter of them. It's getting louder. And they're all kind of almost turning and approaching that direction of perception. And they're making essentially orders and other commands that you're able to overhear. But it's still very calm. Well, there isn't a whole lot of like craziness happening. And they don't seem to be telling you to stop or holding out anything to do anything else. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and end that. And then we'll come to the ones that are stealth within the dunes.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we're just waiting to see what the hell happens.
Should we move closer, like as close as we can without exposing ourselves to like line of sight or anything, but like still closer so that way if something does happen, we have less distance to run?
Yeah, let's try keep moving along the dune. Try to be parallel towards the pier.
Maybe a little bit oblique so we're not directly within line of sight if they're focused on Felix. Maybe like here-ish?
And through the mental link, I'll send something to Istro. We're getting into position. Don't know if you can see anything, but so far so good.
Istral, can you you're the one who casts the telepathic bond.
Yeah.
And you're polymorph?
Yep.
You have intelligence of 6.
Yep.
It's up to you to interpret that.
Yep.
I also don't think you could speak any languages. This is all. So
wait,
you would not-
A dolphin has an intelligence of 6?
They're one of the smarter sea creatures.
What
actually.
what kind of BS is that?
Most beasts have lower than that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Be like,
Hey, my
really high.
elk is an
Still.
intelligence of 6 by default, so that's BS.
The issue isn't necessarily the language of the dolphin. The issue is the fact that the dolphin does not speak common.
Yeah.
So all
So,
of that,
the
all of
nice
that
part
is
about
gibberish.
telepathic bond is you can communicate telepathically through the bond whether or not they have a common language.
Mhm.
But I don't know that a dolphin can speak anything. But
So-
I think it's funnier the way that they don't. It's just like, hey, Astriel, what do your dolphin eyes see? Okay, then.
So what is happening is that jibber jabber is coming through, and then when you set it on the receiving end, it's like squeaks and certain things, and then that begins to translate. Okay, that is going to start translating because in the telepathic bomb, as I was going to get to, is that it begins to work itself out, where you try to find a commonality between in terms of interpretation. So the dolphin is intelligent enough to understand and speak a language. Okay, 6 intelligence is actually high enough to be able to do that. It's simply put. I mean, it's very simple things, but
Right. Yeah.
you can do that as an intelligence of 6. So you can respond in a squeals and squeaks.
All right. Yeah. We'll move within 60 feet, which is, and then very, very basic terms, just squeak back, like on standby.
What's that sound like?
It's probably like not an extended eek, more of like a eek.
Oh, come on now, it's D&D. You gotta act it out for us.
All right. Not like a eek, more like a eek, eek, eek.
Well done.
Mhm.
Very good. So you begin to move into position. Now, you as a dolphin, I believe, don't have a whole lot to go off of. But I will do some of the little home brew for your dolphin, because the dolphin is actually extremely strong. And it's sad that we don't see this in D&D. They actually have extremely strong electrosensory kind of olfactory systems. Okay, it's really how they sense. They don't see food; they actually sense electrical signals and smell it. It's just kind of interesting. You, as a dolphin, even at this range of the ship, 40 feet down, get to feel there's electrical current coming from the ship.
Electrical current.
I
Okay.
can't tell you what that means. I just know that you
Yeah.
feel it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So you're welcome. I know so much about dolphins. All right. Felix, everyone has moved. It seems that they're in respective, so we're going to come back around to you. One of them begins to yell out. It's the same one that was kind of speaking, bypasses Jan. Puts a hand on Nameless's shoulder. This cloaked figure with metallic construct face. There's no eyes, no mouth at all. They're wearing tatterings of robes of brownish yellows. Underneath some of the gappings of that sway within the wind, you can see that they're covered in etched in runes with a very odd, interesting language. Yet to fully get your hands upon and really read. They also move with kind of claw, metallic hands. And as they do this, they're just kind of staring, and they just almost approach the shoulder. All right, Nameless. You go inform the captain. Stowaways are here to parlay.
Stowaways.
See as the construct, humanoid, begins to turn around and then takes flight, hovering over to the other ship without any necessary aid at all. As if they've just arisen from the ground and then made way over the ship. You see them approach a figure. So I'm going to go through a description of Captain.
Quick point of order.
Mhm.
Knowing the range of counterspell, because I now have it in my staff, Felix would make it a point to stay 65 feet away from anybody.
Okay.
So if they get closer, he'd just back up that slightly, and not dramatically, just kind of just casually.
Just hug back in the elk a little bit. Yeah, I got you. You see Nameless, which is what they referred to this character, who is levitated and flown over to the other ship. It's a large and sturdy human with a curved metal leg left side. They have a large brown beard going down to the chest. An admiral's hat sits upon with 2 blue and green feathers protruding. A bird sits on the shoulder, plumage of a similar color. They have a white collared shirt with a black tunic, an unbuttoned captain's jacket that is dark navy blue and is cuffed at each arm with an early gold ribbon. They have a black and gold thick belt with black and gold bandoliers underneath the captain's jacket, and over a piece of black leather armor with bronze-like metal studs and reinforcements. They have 2 main weapons, a bronze-like metal rapier sheathed in a fine black leather scabbard on the left side, and 8 daggers of similar metal bandoliers. Loose-fitting dark brown pants tuck into the large black metal studded boots that go up to the knees. They have several beautiful and unique rings upon the fingers, as well as a rusted metal-chained amulet with a slight tinkered symbol, pendant from polished silver. Captain puts a hand on Nameless's shoulder, and they begin to hover over together. As the captain braces on the railing, pushing one of the crew back. They're not holding any weapons to Jonathan. In fact, not any really weapons are drawn. Captain speaks. There are more of you, aren't there?
Indeed, Captain, there are. I am here as their representative to negotiate.
What will be the conditions of your negotiation?
We wish for a safe passage off this island. I'm willing to surrender the bounty to you that is still very bountiful in the tower.
What would be your reason for bounty and tower?
No, humble adventurers, you know, we like to get treasure, get wealth.
Humble
I'll retire one day.
Don't come to the Isle of the Blessed to Felkin, the horrific place. But maybe you are dumb. It's possible.
I mean, yeah, so just seem to have got ourselves in a pickle here, so I guess we're not that smart.
No, you're not. Nameless. Go. See as the construct flutters down, lighting themselves onto the planked bridge. They begin to gently walk up, heavy stepped on the wood. They stop. They look upon you, and they make way towards you.
Captain, what's the meaning of this?
Do not resist. It is merely a precaution.
Of course.
You see as they make way forward. And as they make way forward, begin to reach out their hand. Purple, pink, cackling lightning begins to sprout about their body. Begins to probe like an electrical current, begins to shimmer upon your mount, then it reaches up to your legs and onto you. Pull their hand back. If they are slightly caught off guard, they take a step back. They turn in the direction of the captain. They motion their hands as if you should proceed forward.
All right, I will dismount off the elk and hand I imagine, phantasmal reins to Nameless.
Gotcha. Let me see if I can get it to work. Hold on. There you go.
Hold on to this, please.
Okay. You ready to approach the ship? Is anybody else doing anything? No? Okay. See the rope ladder still dangling? The captain begins to tap against it. Come aboard. You've passed the first test.
Of course, Captain. Thank you for permission to come aboard. And I will grab my rapier and sheath and just set it on the deck to show non-hostility. So on the dock before I climb up the ladder.
You can keep your weapon by yourself.
Oh, okay, great.
Let me make proper introduction. My name is Captain Morgan, the Black Rats. A newbie.
Pleasure to meet you, Captain Morgan of the Black Rat. I am Felix Fenicus at your service.
Just their hand out for a shake.
I'll shake it and like put out my palm in like deference to him, so it's like down.
Yep.
So like palms, facing up towards him.
You see as their eyes glow, cackling purple and pink. Twitch their head slightly, as if taking back to something. They let go of your hand. Felix. We are not after no bounty within Felgi. We have business upon the Isle of the Blessed, but it does not involve Felgi. You are merely caught up in something that has already been decided. It is up to you, Felix, to decide of your course of action now that you have seen us. If I were to tell you, Felix, that you could make it out of here alive, would you take this option?
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I'm always one who's trying to work my way to yes, right?
Good. It's a good answer. No.
Well, by all means, Captain, if you wouldn't mind sharing, perhaps we can help with your business.
You wish to help with my business?
It's possible. I don't know what it is. So I don't know if we would be of service.
You are to help with this, my business. You must round up your associates. And I will inform you of what you can help me with.
Captain, I appreciate our mutual positions here, but I don't really think that would be wise on my behalf.
You are cautious.
Perhaps I hear your position and then bring it to my comrades.
You know, Felix, I'm quite good at getting a read on people. But you I could not see. Some on the Black Rats would say that I have a tingle for bad things. Something that I have had for a long, long time. But I cannot see you, or any of the bad or good things to come. My tingle does not go off. Felix, do you know why my tingle would not go off?
Ignoring the urge to make an erectile dysfunction joke, Felix would just say, "I'm all yours, Captain."
It is because you are magically gifted. Something about you. I like this. You're different. Not like any of the petty squabble we have slain as of late. You also wish to come to my ship and speak to me. More the less they would just stay in the sand and hide. Like your companions that sit in the dune right over there. I begin to point.
Well,
I'm going to
Captain,
raise the hand up, moving the cannons over, adjacent right, positioned exactly where your friends are hiding. So,
It's just ship's double bird.
Oh, hell, that don't look good.
there is not large critters on this space. I do not believe they are some deer or a bear, but most likely your associates hiding in the dark shadows of the dune. Pretty stealthy, I might add, if it hadn't been for my array of spyglasses under my clothes.
you've proven yourself the better sailors than us.
I am no better sailor than you. I cannot judge metal. Here is my deal for you, Felix. You may return to your friends, speak to them of the terms that if they wish to choose life and they wish to hear more about you helping, they will divulge the truth and only the truth. I need to know why you're on this island beyond your hunting for bounties, for treasure of Felkin. If you all collaborate your story about your bounty hunting adventures, then perhaps I will believe you. I'm inclined to believe you now. You're quite good at talking, Felix. Do we have a deal?
All right, Captain. I can see there's no fooling you. In all honesty, we're been in the business of slaying dragons. I don't know if you heard about what happened over in the Marshes of Unveiling, but Fanny Zai slew Krugash. And we had hoped to come here to get more weapons to fight more of the dragons, because it is pretty rewarding to do so, but unfortunately, weren't able to find these rumored treasures inside the tower.
That, Felix, I believe even more. Dragon hunting. What do you know of dragons about?
I know that they are pretty fucking hard to kill, but not impossible. They know that they have good treasure hoards.
Aye, they do. We are not dragon hunters, but does not mean we wouldn't spoil a two from a horde. It'd be a nice haul.
Do you have a lead on any dragons?
I know of several dragons.
Well, if you ever wanted to work together, to go after a dragon, split up the horde, happy to do that.
We are not in the business of slaying dragons, as I already said. And we would not. The reports have speak that dragons are quite unkillable. So I am in the particular interest to understand how you can kill such dragons. But perhaps there is a story to tell after you speak with your friends. You can go to them now.
In all honesty, Captain, I understand the threat that you're putting out there, but there's a possibility of them surviving bombardment from there. Bringing him in front of you to negotiate decreases their odds of survival. So we can either lay out all our cards here. We can either lay out all of our cards here, play the game, or we take our chances as we statement. You said persuasion?
Yeah, go roll persuasion for it.
I will use my inspiration that I earned last session to automatically succeed.
Right. You make a strong argument. If I was hiding like a chicken cowering in that sand over there, I probably would do the same. You may bring him aboard the trawler. Nameless will accompany you. Is this agreed upon?
No, I don't understand what he said.
Nameless will accompany you. You may bring them onto the trawler. Is this agreed upon?
See, you said I had a way with words, but it's really interesting because it does feel like that's not what I asked for doing. I feel like they're safe where they're at, are safer than they would be here, right? So if you and I can make our negotiations, whatever you need, and if we can go our separate ways, we'll do that.
Fine. What do you know of the Golden Hand, Felix?
I heard a story that you guys were like super, powerful pirate armada crew situation.
We do have our armada at our disposal, but we are free people. We generally live at sea, but it does not mean that we are prone to the sea. It just finds itself that is where countries are not had and nations are not found. The Golden Hand has been known to piracy. This is common. Us at the Black Rat, we are not pirates. We are smugglers. We use the Isle of the Blessed to smuggle rum through the blockade to the port city of Alathan and to other places thereafter. You see, seeing the ship at the Anafi Bay, you just happen to be in our way. We have rum to hide and smuggle away before we depart. Now you know why I need to figure out why you are here, and what you have seen, and what you will tell. The bird speaks. What you will tell. What you will tell.
In all honesty, Captain, your business is your own. I'm a firm believer in going on to get along and letting everybody live their life. You want to smuggle rum? That is your business. I could care less. It doesn't behoove me to tell anybody that. And in fact, that you can get good rum in the Lathan anytime that I want to stop by because of your efforts, that is just a bonus on top of it. Why spoil a good thing?
Aye, I agree. You know, Felix, you wish to join my crew. You make good sense. I pay handsomely.
Well, I got a crew of my own right now, but I definitely keep it in mind. Things change from time to time.
That is fine. We'll be here for time. Turns around to Jonathan. He's And for you, Jonathan, you may take your ship where you please. I appreciate your mettle under interrogation. You are like your father and your father before you. I knew your grandfather when they were just a wee little pup. Room. Vacate the trawler. We'll wait for them to depart before we begin to move our products.
So, Captain, I'll give you my word, and the word of my company, that your affairs are your own, as long as you give us safe passage, do not cost us here or on sea. Does
Will
that
not
sound like a
accost.
fair deal?
It sounds fair to me.
Can we check on?
Why not? Just stand up for a shake.
Check it. So if it's all right with you, Captain, then I'm gonna have Jonathan sail us out down the beach, still within sight where you can watch us do it, but we will go ahead and depart the island to let you go about your business.
Shakes the head. Nameless. Come on. Nameless stops, walking onto the dock, towards the boat. Nameless. Let's go. Stop and they turn around, looking in the direction of the dune.
Captain, everything okay?
It is fine. This is the first time that Nameless has not accepted one of my orders. Nameless, we depart. Board the Black Rats. You don't move. Ah. Then you are staying. These they shake their beard, scratch their head. Make room on that skiff. Cat begins to hop down into it.
I'm going to turn to Jonathan and say, make ready the ship, rendezvous, I don't know what direction we're facing, but to the right of the map, down the ship, like what I think is outside their range. I don't know if Felix would know, but like just far away. Still within eyesight, far.
Gotcha.
Then walk off the ship toward things.
Alright, let me adjust some of the tokens here.
Would we have heard any of that conversation? Like, were you relaying that over as a radio receiver?
No, but I think as I left the ship, just to keep it short and sweet, I negotiated our safe passage, rendezvous with Jonathan at the far side of the beach.
Stand for good, buddy.
Colossus is hiding and he signs he's a paladin, like in his foot, like underneath his armor, like, stuff like that.
I gotta move some of the tokens and stuff. So what happens is the captain, they're gonna lower themselves down from the ropes, the grappling hooks that they have from their on the actual rowboats. So they're actually gonna lower themselves down. Then they're gonna begin rowing over into the direction of the Black Rat, and from there they're gonna be roped up and lashed by hoists and pulled up to the actual boat. But Nameless is unmoving. So you give it the direction to Jonathan. Jonathan begins to undo and get the ship underway, right? Is that what we're anticipating here?
Yeah, so told Jonathan and the party to rendezvous on the far side of the beach, so it's within eyesight, so the captain of Black Rat doesn't think, or Captain Morgan doesn't think we're like sneaking around and try to stay there, but we're also far enough out of range where we can't be bombarded.
Gotcha.
And then I was going up to Nameless to try to figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay. So Jonathan's going to take off here. So I'm actually going to do a little bit of ID hide. There you go. Should remove hide the token work. And I'll remove the light here. So as you then disembark from the ship, Jonathan begins to unlash, get it on its way. It's definitely takes some time. So you're both of the other groups. You're free to move around if you wish from the dunes, as well as Ethrin and Israel. Just going to keep Griffin's token somewhat together with the rest of the party here. Nameless just turns around and looks with their face at your general direction, Felix.
Hey, is everything all right? You seem concerned.
We'll reach out to touch you.
Okay, I'm not touching.
I'm sending the elk over. If Nameless is. If I see it, Nameless, reach out.
You're sending the elk over?
Not like over to attack, but like just I'm making it so the elk has less distance between it and Felix, so Felix can bolt like on the back of the elk. If Nameless,
you're the owner of the
is,
token.
like-
You can move it now.
yeah.
You see as they reach out towards you, and as they do that, purple and pink cackling lightning begin to sprout in the direction of their hand and around their body. They continue to sustain that lightning. As they do, they begin to touch in the general direction of your chest. As they touch it, you see as the lightning begins to come around, they begin to retract. Lightning still channeling around themselves. They begin to walk into the general direction of the beach.
Oh, okay. I guess we're just all right. I'll do my best to keep up with them.
You guys see lightning over there? The hells was that?
Also, we have this weird visitor coming with us. He was a part of the crew, but he seems to be looking for something. So just stand by for a conversation / fight.
Yeah, great. More weird wizardly nonsense, as if we haven't had enough of that today.
You see they grab a
wait.
stick from the sand, begin to draw language from common. Begin to spell out 2 words. Chosen ones.
Yes, yeah, indeed.
The lightning still sustaining around them. Begin to use the lightning instead to draw upon the ground rather than the stick. Traces like thumbs and tentacles as begins to rope around the ground. Simply states, Old One.
You talking about Grandpappy Buckwilder? Yeah, he's getting up there in years, man. Gonna be his 85th here pretty soon. I guess he is pretty
Stops.
old.
Takes a step forward towards you. Begins to reach its hand out towards your chest.
No. Don't know you. Bad touch unless consent is given.
Pulls his hand back.
Hey, yeah, guys, just give it space, please. Back up, please. What do you know about the Chosen One and the Old One?
Begins to use the lightning upon the ground. As they do, they begin to spell out the words, I am seed.
You're a seed?
Takes a step forward to you. Shakes their head.
The seed.
Begins to open their palms upwards from left to right. And as they do that, dazzling fragments of tiny sparkles of the same purple and pink lightning begin to arc around. begin to fill voids of many space like stars within constellations, thousands upon thousands. They begin to write upon the sand. There are many.
I think you might better talk to those that agreed to work with the seeds. I'll gesture to Mr. Othala.
Who's
I'm in
Who
that group.
who's given the seed for you? Do you remember?
Begins to arc the lightning against the sand. That begins to happen. Begin to spell out the name of Damodar.
So you're the feather.
See as they take the tatterings of their clothes and they begin to pull it backwards. The center point of their chest is a feather that's white hot with the flame, glows in blue and red, almost like a furnace.
What are you doing here?
Begins to write upon the sand, waiting for you.
Why?
States, you are chosen.
What did Damodar do with you?
Begins to take a step towards you. Begins to reach for your head.
No, you can spell it out.
Their hand back. Grabs their fists together in a tight ball. It's down into the sand. And from left to right, faceless expression of no face. Looks back to you, Dirty Joe. Staring at you, faceless.
All right, keep your own secrets then, but you ain't putting any kind of weird wizardly mumbo jumbo in my head. I had enough of that for one lifetime.
I don't think he can understand it. I mean, I don't think he can explain it with words.
Well, that's his problem. I ain't having him plant anything in my head, man. I already talked to some kind of undead god today. I already died. I ain't dealing with that kind of crap no more. And
Yeah.
Joe is gonna go pout in the sand.
Um,
Are you trying to create more people or beings of your kind?
I think he's trying to show, like Mr. Othala does. You know,
Yeah.
he like gives you those mind tendrils that you snort.
you're not
Wait.
supposed to snort them again.
Points to you, Felix. Gives the thumbs up.
If you need a guinea pig, I don't mind.
Begins to reach out the hand towards you, grabs on to your head for a sudden moment, jolt of electricity, slightly overwhelming. Your eyes begin to glow with purple and pink cackling lightning as well, sprouting down from your face. And you're brought through in space and time for a brief moment. Waves of memories begin to flood through in a variety that are overwhelming. Pictures painted very clear is that this creature is very simple in terms of its intelligence, rudimentary. It's point A to point B to point C. They are tasked with one thing and only one thing upon their creation. It is to find the chosen ones and to bring them to the well of the Nine Realm. And in that task, they have been searching the chosen ones since they were created. The time that they were created doesn't make sense. For it seems that this creature has lived over hundreds, if not thousands of years. And they lived in a different place entirely. Not this plane of existence. Another. You get a probe, delving. It's as if they were something or someone, what could have been, but now is this. A seed turned into it, ripped through to this plane of existence. The memories, those that are which are usable, are those that involve Damodar. They were something found in the dungeon of the Wizard's Keep, held there as a construct, a creation, something that the mages of the keep creating. A soldier. Nameless is the first prototype of that soldier. They were like many others. As a soldier, they were taught and trained to do things. As those memories blend again, it's more of programming, things that were put into them, all of which has been destroyed and dismantled into what they became as a seed. In the dungeon of the Wizard's Keep, after Damodar had laid conquering in claim, they seemed to be guided by the feather, placing it into the chest of the construct. It began to infuse and make it come alive without the aid of any power source or magic. Then the consciousness, seed planting through the construct, began to take hold, ripping and tearing apart any directive that was previously placed. As it began to arise, they felt a command to draw, hold. But this command and draw comes not from Damodar, it comes from the old one, Guthrie. A voice within the mind that never ends continues to repeat. They are guided. Find the chosen ones. Bring them well of the Nine Realm. From there, Nameless arose. Damodar attempted to control it, guide it, to send it the quest. And that quest was to assassinate King Rildor Talthar. But not assassinate them. Not yet, but gave them a particular point in time. And that time, that date, according to the calendar now, is 4 days. 18th of Aerith this year, 3711 Taurus. This was tasked and commanded by Damodar. Assassinate King Rildor Talthar. And to assassinate their child, Prince Aether Talthar, to put to death. The voice of Damodar as it rings out is reluctant. It's methodical, planned, but it's predetermined. It's as if Damodar does not take pride in killing, but continues to use the words, "It is necessary." Damodar has no hold over Nameless. Nameless is imbued with otherworldly power. Power of the Old One. As they struck outwards, forming a beam of cackling lightning at their creator. Spectrals, tendrils of many dragons erupted from Damodar, and pink and purple cackling lightning began to come through and intercept the beam, absorbing it. And a battle ensued between them, dissolving and dismantling fragments of structures within this artificer's chamber of the Wizard's Keep. They stopped fighting, staring at each other, realizing they were at a stalemate, that neither of them could harm the other. Creature has spent a number of years escaping the Wizard's Keep. The draws of some of the inner workings of the lair. The once great Berrythune now laid claim to Errythune. How those tunnels inner work into the dungeons of the Wizard's Keep. Finding a way out led into the western shores of the Isle, under the water, within a tropical region. They then waited on the Isle of the Blessed, making way here. And they've been waiting until they found the chosen one. Found Captain Morgan. Pull their hand back. The memories begin to pull back and retract.
Just to clarify real quick, Captain Morgan being the chosen one.
That's correct. They are the seed planted by Damodar. They were once going to be a soldier of the Wizard's Keep, a construct. Something designed to wage war. That directive, everything that they were going to be, was ripped apart. Or they became that. They were the seed placed in an infinite space within the cosmos. Having consciousness, but yet not having consciousness. Seeing through space, just like the Old One had described, past, present, and future. And so what you felt was something great and old and has lived for a long time, but yet really hasn't lived. Context of all of you. And that was plucked, almost ripped out of the cosmos, placed into the construct, right when Damodar had placed a feather into it, as if both were needed. Everything to align all at once. And from there, the seed was given direction by the Old One. They were told to find you all and to bring you to the Well of the Nine Realms. The timeline coincides with roughly 8 years ago. The events that took place in the Well of the Nine Realms happened 9 years ago. From there, they tried to battle each other. Fight magic to magic, using the gifts that they have been given by the Old One. But neither could harm the other. Then, Damodar attempted to imprison the seed. Just seeing the limited amount of power that this thing in front of you holds. They were able to escape.
All right. After seeing all of that, word for everything to everybody, explain what I've seen. And then I'll look back to Nameless. Seems like a long path to be on. Unfortunately, um, well, fortunately, I guess, however you look at it, we ventured into the tower, but seems one of the professors there met Damodar as well, and he created safeguards, sentries. We almost were wiped out, and we barely made it out alive. So I don't know if we're going to venture anymore in there, but we met the old one. Some of us have seeds. So I guess you've succeeded in a way.
They look from left to right. They stand tall, as if they've taken a breath. They begin to walk away. Taking flight of levitation, they return back to Black Rat. We hear Captain Morgan. You finished? Do I have to run this boat all by myself? Did you get it out of your system? Whatever that was. Nameless, get move. Begins to direct orders. Nameless begins to follow.
That was unexpected.
Yep, just as unexpected everything else around here.
I think we got a lot on our plate, but we need to inform somebody about the plot on the king.
Yeah. Which, Athala, from what you briefly told us from that strange thingamabob, that thing was tasked by Damodar to kill the Talthar king? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
And they fought, so is he gonna do it?
Well, if he doesn't have Nameless doing it, he most likely has somebody else doing it.
That's a good point.
And knowing Damodar, he's definitely going to go through with it.
Oh, good. This day just keeps on getting better.
Do I remember correct? Was the Lord down for Lord making his way to the people's palace to meet the king? Or there was a lot of stuff that happened between not last time. Is that accurate?
It's accurate.
Right. Well, we know that the Lord down below is going to meet the king at the people's palace, and he trusts us. Perhaps we let the Lord know about the plot, and he informs the king, because we don't know the king. At least they can up his security. Because, like you say, Mr. Thala, if it's not Nameless, it's going to be somebody.
Yeah. Yep. I can inform Lord Dalflor.
And from there, I mean, do we head over to fight that silver dragon from here? Because I mean, as much as that kingy getting knocked off, that's when it comes down to it, that's politics, and that ain't really our problem. So sure, let the other dude know that his buddy might get whacked in a couple days, but as far as I'm concerned, we got other things to worry about.
Well, Bayolder is kind of on the way, so maybe we could stop by Bayolder and just see if there's anything unusual before, like on the way there for like a day. So.
How
I
are we
don't.
gonna
have
get
to.
there?
We're not gonna make it in time.
Yeah.
We have
Unless
4
we can-
days.
Well, I mean,
Unless you
if
means of teleporting, it's
if
not
the
gonna happen.
original assassin has backed out, maybe he had to push it back a bit because of he had to get a different
Yeah, but I
assassin.
don't want to roll with ifs on assassinations. Like either
No,
we're
I
gonna
mean,
try to get there or we're not. And we're just gonna let the Lord know.
I'm
And
just saying, if we get to Elathan and the assassination hasn't happened yet, we can start heading up to the Silver Dragon, and we'll pass by the altar anyways. And if the assassination hasn't happened yet, we can take a look around.
Why bother? Man, it doesn't even concern it. Well, it doesn't
Because
concern me. I
Damodar
get
wants
it.
to do it. You deny your enemy what they want. You're fighting them no war.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess his political meddling kind of takes a back seat to actually knocking off his dragons. I mean, we just learned that that's kind of what's hosting all of his power. So
Dralinia.
if he's busy doing political machinations and trying to play kingmaker, man, his back is going to be turned to the real issues. We can go and knock out as many dragons as we can
Right,
in the
but-
meantime.
On another topic, what if the assassin has a stone? If they're a close associate of Damodar, it's not impossible to have a stone with them.
That's just conjecture on your part, man.
what?
Look, I understand we don't want to be involved in politics, but the reality is, if the king is assassinated, that weakens the realm. And whatever our end game is, if it is to defeat Damodar, we're going to need all the allies we can get. And if the realm is in chaos while we're trying to defeat these dragons and eventually take down, Damodar or whatever the end game is here, we can't have kings dying and people scrambling for the throne.
I guess, but that's still just based on a whole bunch of what ifs. I mean, we have no
It's
idea
really not.
if our timetable's going to align or not, man. It's just, you're pulling guesses out of a hat here.
I mean, either way, we're going to pass by Bayolder. I'm just saying, if it hasn't happened yet and we're passing by Bayolder, we check it out.
To what end? What are we going to check out? We're going to go knock on all the servants' quarters, be like, hey, have you seen anybody that looks particularly vicious and assassinatory walking through here today?
No, but we have a time and date. If we're there, guarding King for that time period, at least that gives better odds of surviving.
Can we even get there in time? It's going to take us what, three days to get back to Elathan? Can we even make it there on time?
Not by means of boat.
All right. Well, you just said you weren't able to teleport back to the main landmass. So what are you proposing?
Well,
we weather spell.
What?
Do we have a spell that could change the weather somehow? Maybe we could give our boat a little boost with the wind or something. I don't know. Speed it up.
We have some allies. Perhaps the Lord has somebody that he can have teleport us there, or we let him know and let him make the call. He had mages teleporting in paladins, to help defend Fort Fairn. I don't think it'd be that hard to have somebody teleport, into us, teleport us to the city.
Then again, teleportation magic here.
We don't have to be here. We just, at least, get away from the island.
Yeah.
Maybe well, it's not such a bad idea. If nothing else, it saves us the boat ride back. We could put our feet up for a couple days and, maybe get my nails done if we're in a seat of civilization. I guess if you guys want to get involved in politics, I'm here for whatever. Wouldn't mind a day off, though.
I don't think we have to personally handle it, but I want that to be an option and let the Lord call what he wants to do. He'll know what's best for the king.
Well, sure, by all means, let him know. I'm not averse to that.
And if he thinks he needs our help, he'll figure out how to get us to him.
All right.
Also, we don't really know who or what Damodar might be sending, so we might get a dragon, might get the Tinkerer, might get some new enemy. So weakening his army and his side is always good for us.
Yeah, I'm just.
And you think about it not only as protecting the king, which you may not have any allegiance to, but it's a target of opportunity because if this is a weapon or asset of Damodar's, if we can take it off the field, that helps us.
I mean, yes and no. I think my conjectures about this are still sound, but if that's what y'all want to do, I ain't gonna split up the group for it.
None of this conjecture matters if we're not able to get there in 4 days. So let's see what the Lord has to say.
Well, I'm after this one message, I'm out for the night. So
Maybe let them know that in the spell, or is this
Mhm.
do you have Sunday?
I don't.
Fucking wizards, man, never have the spells you need.
A lot of spells to learn. So think about it. Are we trying to get a teleportation in the middle of the ocean? Because if so,
So in 25 words, you need to convey the threat against the king and ask the Lord what he wants to do, and that you have no more uses of sending tonight. You figure that out.
Mhm.
Ethrin, still conjured, begins to waltz over on the sand. Oh, this better be good. What are you gonna do? Fail
Pat Ithran's
again.
head.
So sad.
Okay.
Yeah. I walk over and pat Ithran's head.
Great.
Pat Ethrin's head, you fire off a series of blasts into Ethrin as they shed apart in their spectral form. Oh, cut it out. I was only joking around.
Me too.
Right. Oh, Thana, will you let me eat this one?
You do
No.
it, and I'll try to kill you again.
Ah, you're no fun,
Worked
all
pretty
of
well
you.
the first time.
You didn't kill me. You barely even laid a scratch at me.
I think I did a lot.
You know, in my younger years, I did lay with. You're just smelling with that shit. All right.
I love it.
Ugh, I hate that guy. He's almost as bad as old Stinky.
All right, you just spell it.
Great, because if you didn't, I would have. All right. So I'm gonna send a message to Lord Dalifalor. Last spell. There's an assassination on the king within 4 days. We're on the Isle of the Blessed. Making our way towards Cedric Bay. What would you like to do?
I will send envoy backtrack to meet with Lord Knight of Dawn, just a cause. Our timetable moved up. We press forward.
Okay. Lay that to the party. Seems it feels like they haven't handled. You
Well,
can
good.
try to reach out tomorrow, if anything, to get more information or for whatever's going on in the next few days.
We keep making our journey back, and you follow up. The next couple of days, and if plans change, we'll make our way there. But,
Yeah. All right.
Just for posterity and note keeping's sake, what was the person that he said he was going to send an envoy to?
He is. I'm just going to give the title because it's a little bit easier for this. I don't know if you ever going to encounter this, the individual who sits at that position. They're going to actually send the emissary, envoy, messenger to the Lord Knight of Dawn. That is essentially the actual leader of the Justice Guard. They're not going to send it to the Watch Commander of the King's Watch. They're not going to go through with that, right? The King's Guard. They're actually going to go directly to the Justice Guards, form them an assassination plot, bolster defenses. Now, one of the notes they said in the sending spell is that they have to backtrack for that messenger. They actually have to send it back the direction that they're going, which would suggest that they're already moved past Vale. Might not even have stopped in it. Their timetable has been moved up, so they have to get on the road fast. They have to move faster, pace, not stop as much.
Cool. I wonder if that was on purpose by Damodar.
I mean, we did pass them, so we probably did move faster once we left. We've been gone for a little while.
Yeah, got it for a while. Okay.
All right, well, let's get the hells off this island.
All right. Getting off of the island. Dirty
I would
Joe's
say as,
making
like,
away with the golden hand
as we're-
boat. Black Rat, please take me with you.
Become a pirate. I would say as we're walking away, Odala just like looks back at the towers and holds onto the remote. It's just like
Next time.
just keeps walking forward.
Felix with minor illusion, a crying face emoji next to the thought.
Just add rain clouds.
And Joe, revealing that he was secretly a wizard this whole time, produces a poop emoji.
Yeah, that's basically prestidigitation, just emojis. And
Okay.
fart spray.
I do want to say that was incredibly hard not to make fun of his tingle.
Oh, the tingle thing. Oh yeah, the tingle thing is so good.
I was trying to hold the laugh and I couldn't.
I mean, legit has like that's a real thing.
Yeah, that's a power I keep to myself.
Hey, would your ship a captain of a ship like that, a crew? You say whatever the hell you want. Love it. All right, so we're going to be backtracking upon the beach. Get this off of here. Backtracking on the beach. Not backtracking, I should say. We're just passing north. I have the word backtrack in my mind. Just like, so you're proceeding where you directed Jonathan Yon to take the trawler. The boat itself, there's no dock over there. So what's important is that Jonathan Yon actually has to lower the boat down, like one of the rowboats, right, and get it over so you can actually get on that. And then it's a little bit of a process, right, to make a way to that general direction. But eventually, you're able to get on to the trawler with the captain. The captain, Jonathan Yon, is not shook up by any means. They're have confidence about themselves. It could just be a mask over what they're really feeling. Being solo and alone on a small boat with a giant brigantine with the weaponry pointing at you, mass amount of crew that's kind of going through your belongings and such, can be very challenging to deal with. Jonathan has resolve, brings himself to bear, and you begin to get underway, letting the sails down, righting it. We begin to go into the direction of the bay.
As Jonathan's not paying attention, he'll just be behind everybody or in a corner, just cast detect thoughts. Just to see how he's just how he's actually feeling. See if he like hates us.
You cast Detect Thoughts. You're able to uncover that Jonathan Yon has quite a bit of fear of the Golden Hand, but they are familiar with the Golden Hand as the memories flood through. Surface thoughts tell you that Jonathan Yon's father, Kilut Yon, was part of the Golden Hand. They're going to be here. And they believe in their own thoughts, repetitive and surface glancing, that the only reason why the ship was not sunk and they were not killed on sight because of their father. They don't know anything about what their father did. They just have heard stories and rumors.
I'll go up to Jonathan. Fun, eh?
What?
Traveling the seas. Yeah, fun, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
You holding up
Yes.
all right?
Looks over to you at a side glance. Yeah, I'll be fine.
No, I heard what was going on. I was able to hear some of the commotion on the boat. And I really appreciate you not saying anything and holding your own. It shows a lot. And I didn't know your father long. In fact, knew him barely for a few hours, but he kind of did save all of us, and you showed resemblance of what he did, so appreciate it.
Thanks. Wasn't like if I did anything was going to help. Don't mess with the Golden Hand.
I mean, it did seem a bit imposing. But we made it out, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, we escaped the golden reach around.
God damn it.
We did. See, they break out a flask from a nearby drawer underneath the helm. Holding up the flask. I don't know what you all have to drink or what you've been through. Seems like you all were very worse for wear. You all got really fucked up.
Yeah.
Did you find whatever you sought? Takes a swig and hands it over to
Successful
the golem.
mission.
Successful mission. That's
Yeah,
good.
we definitely don't want to talk about it anymore.
As he says that, Othala just reaches into his bag and like folds the horn that he looks down at, and just really like looking at it for the first time since like anything.
And Joe's already below decks, huddled in a corner in the fetal position, rocking himself to sleep, completely traumatized.
Griffin is down there with you as well. In a hammock. Just staring. Not at you, but above, looking up. So at the wooden beams of the ship. Not there. Swaying from side to side in a hammock. Not speaking a word.
Nor is Joe. Companions in trauma, I suppose.
Oh yeah, I would like to disturb Griffin in his hammock because when we aren't like resting, I was gonna ask him if he could teach me Gnomish.
Casas, you go downstairs.
Timing is
below
everything.
deck. You begin to make way in the direction of Griffin. Griffin looks towards you. What do you want?
I was just wondering if you would mind like teaching me Gnomish. So I found like some really interesting books and I wanted to like, be able to translate them.
Are you serious right now?
I mean, it doesn't need to be like right now. It could be like tomorrow or in a few hours.
Gets off of the hammock and stands up. We were just the same day, a fight for our lives.
Those happen
You were
all the time.
brought down by that metal golem in less than 6 seconds.
I don't think you realize how common that is. You need to.
It's common for you
We
to
fight
perish
dragons.
from battle.
You think we don't get terribly injured all the time? It's about moving forward, and moving forward means translating this book. So,
Let me
Gnomish?
see your book. Let me see it.
He just pulls out the gigantic smithing book.
Takes the smithing book and holds it. This is what you want me to translate.
Well, no, I wanted to translate it myself. I was wondering if you could teach me Gnomish so I could translate it. But you
So
want to translate it?
you want me
That's
to
fine.
work? You want me to translate this book?
I mean, you can translate it, or you can teach me Gnomish, and I can translate it myself.
Right, right. But this is the book that you wish me to use to help you translate and learn Gnomish.
I'd like to use a reaction. I'd like to like prepare an action just in case he tries to damage the book to like rescue the book. Yes, that's the book.
This is the one.
Yeah, I want to. That book has a lot of very useful information in it, and I really want to get at that information.
Pushes the book into your chest.
Plus, if I can learn a new language while I'm at it, you know, that's always another tool in the tool belt, or I suppose dagger in the bandolier.
You are a noble, right? What standing do you have in your house?
What do you mean? Like, I'm the
I'm asking you
firstborn
plainly.
son?
Where do you stand? Are you heir to your throne?
Unless someone else was born, yeah.
Before, finally Joe turns over, noticing the conversation, and just shouts out, "Kitchen wench!"
Kitchen
and huddles
wench.
back in the corner.
Fitting standing.
I am not. Although, people probably wish I was sometimes. Anyway,
Why don't you take that book? Go on top deck. Hold the book over the railing and drop it into the ocean. Only then will I teach you Gnomish.
why are you being... Okay, may I ask why you're being so combative?
Because you and your companions have done something that I feel they have done something that I feel that they cannot take back.
If it makes you any more comfortable, I refused the deal
I understand, but you still accompany them. And you still intend to.
because I believe I can make the world a better place when I'm working with them.
Then you put a blindfold over the reality of the world and who accompanies it. If this is the people you decide to adventure with. I'm not saying all of your companions. I've quite a liking to Felix, to be honest. And you, yourself, did not take this bargain. However, you still accompany them. Whatever happens in the deals that you have made, I will not be a part of it.
And you do not need to be a part of it. You're teaching me Gnomish, not coming out here and staying with the group for like a week. You just, while we're on the boat, I'd like you to,
I'm
teach me how
not
to...
teaching you Gnomish. If you had taken the bargain with the old one, I would have burned your book right there.
Oh, now I know why. Man, I
Why
don't want to
what?
say this, but now I know why the Talthars don't get along with the Knights of Beer. My God, you guys are so...
They
Oh,
take a step forward to you, and the eyes begin to glow with a fiery hue, and the eyes glow red. They stare at you.
personal space.
Heat
Personal
begins to
space.
envelop from them. You feel hot. You're sweating just by being near them.
Okay, I'm a guy.
If those metal
you don't-
constructs weren't immune to my fire, feedbacking themselves, I would have melted them down.
Yes, but I understand that. But your goal in this conversation should not be to make the guy in front of you wet. That's you understand that, right?
We're gonna backtrack a little bit. I don't know. We might have a moment. Take a step back. Take a step back, Lucas. Think about it for a second. Take a step back.
my. Things
Think
are
about
getting
it.
steamy in here.
Steamy, dude.
What am I listening to right now?
Begins to look you up and down.
A really poor teenage romance novel.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Leans.
The next
One
Twilight.
person is threatening
That's a
death,
bad
and the other
joke.
person
A
thinks
really
you're
bad
flirting.
joke.
It's the new
Bad
Twilight.
joke.
It's the new
Leans really
Twilight.
close to you. So close you can feel their hot breath against you.
I know what you are. Say it. Vampire.
Steamy breath coming from them. They breathe in and out, still channeling their inner fire from them. Not wanting to back down.
I really would rather not fight you.
Why? Because you'd lose?
No, because I'm a redemption paladin. There's the whole don't hurt people thing in there. I suppose just don't kill people, but it's kind of unavoidable. I'd kill you if we were to fight. That's kind of in there. I'm just saying.
Just
Okay,
saying what?
You don't want to teach me Gnomish. I understand. My God, the chat. The chat. Okay. You don't want to teach me Gnomish. I understand. Let's go back on your hammock and be all like sulky or something. I don't know. Really. Oh my God. Fucking Knights of Beers. Oh man, I love Lucifer. I'm sorry. The Discord chat's amazing right now.
Takes a step back. The fire begins to dwindle down. Sit themselves down to the hammock. They lay back down to the hammock.
Under his breath, Costas whispers, still unnecessarily violent, then walks away.
Costas never fails. Never change.
Classic.
please.
I honestly thought we were gonna have a Zell Elise moment there. To be honest with you, I thought that's where we're headed. I thought that's where we're headed.
They have to murder my whole family.
Fuck.
Okay, so as you Costas finish conversation with Griffin, you all are free. We have 4 days of travel here. You do have a tailwind now, so you actually don't have to keel out all the time on the boat. You can actually just sail all the way directly towards the lake. You don't really have to zigzag yourself through. So this actually journey itself is going to be only 3 days instead of 4. You're going to actually save a day with how much wind is coming through. There's also a storm at your backdrop, so eventually be heading into some lightning, some little bit of rougher seas. But once you're in the sanctuary of the bay, the storm itself won't be too posing of a challenge. Is there anything anybody wishes to do as a moment before you all get long rests?
Is it the long rest or the end of the 3 days? Are we fast tracking or are we back to
That's entirely up to all of you. If you wish to fast track, we're gonna go. We'll probably end the session there, and then you all can kind of go through with what you want to do during your downtime for the 3 days aboard the ship, and then we can kind of, conclude what we're kind of getting to on the next session, right? Of our direction moving forward, and then we'll go from there next week.
Yeah, just that first night. So it's, the night we're leaving the island. Felix will probably wait until almost everybody is asleep, and then just find somewhere in the back of the ship and sit down and just stare into space, realizing the immense amount of pressure that he felt today in multiple situations, and just try to contemplate that, stare into silence, and probably have a drink.
Okay.
I guess after a long night's sleep, Joe would eventually seek Thea out, because we both kind of went through some immense bat shittery over the last couple days here, and just see if he can get a heart-to-heart going. Like Thea, how you holding up? I mean, we both went through a lot last couple days. I think we're both kind of out of sorts. Is there anything you want to talk about?
I'm still here. You're still here.
Still here? No. No. I'm not still here. Thea, I'm back. I died. I literally died. I came out to this continent just looking for some good times, trying to bag some big game, maybe start a homestead, and here I am trying to save not even the world. Apparently, there's all kinds of branching realities and things that are all in the sway, and people are trying to take it over and enthrall people and slaughter entire civilizations. Man, I didn't sign up for this. I don't know what to think anymore. This is a lot. And dying yesterday. I mean, I thought when you died, that was just it. Maybe you find some afterlife. Maybe I'd find some of my ancestors. I don't know, maybe play guitar on some mountaintop in spiritual form. But here I am talking to ancient gods and coming back to fight dragons and wizards and shit and meeting a guy named Jeffrey. And it's just, this is bug shit, man. I don't know how much more I can take. This is a lot.
As much as you don't think I understand, I do.
Well, it's a very personal question, but have you ever died before?
I think there's lots of kinds of death.
I suppose that's true. I mean, we did meet your brother before, right? We didn't really talk about it, but I could see the resemblance.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's that,
First,
go on?
it's the first time I ever said that out loud.
All right, well, I'm glad you shared that with me. And, hey, I know things are super hard on us right now, but, you know, as much as I was just saying how, I don't know how much more I can keep going, I'm still determined to see this through one way or another. I still like to, well, set things right as much as I can. And if you're willing, I'm willing. You become, you know, one of the closest friends I've ever met in life. Even if we don't necessarily talk so much, that's not always necessary. Being an outdoorsman, I know how much it's a boon to just keep silent sometimes. But, hey man, as long as we're here for each other, maybe we can save the world.
Maybe. I just realized that none of you know me. You got a glimpse of it in there. It's been a while since that came out.
To be honest, I was sniping down hallways and popping around through portals. I don't even know what you were doing. I just heard sounds of battle coming around a couple of corners.
Good. I guess you still have a good impression of me then.
I mean, you were just fighting stuff, right? That's kind of what we do.
There's a look on Thea's face right now that you've never seen before. It's not smug. It's not anything like that. It's a little off-putting. There's a difference.
Whatever you say. And I light up a pipe and pass it to her.
Don't you know that stuff will kill you?
Is my own personal stash. Guaranteed to not turn me into mist.
You enjoy it.
Fair enough.
Joe, let me tell you about my family. And we're going to fast track through the tale of the family. It's a long story time that I don't have the mental capacity for right now.
Oh, good. You want me to share the details of it, or do you want to wait for that?
Yeah, no, that'd be fine.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
All right. Pull it up. So, how much do you want me to share? You want me to share all of it?
Like it's a bedtime story. Like a
Like-
really creepy fucking bedtime story.
Like it's a bedtime story?
Yeah.
Thea was born to family Brevin and an outer vassal city-state.
That's like David Attenborough.
And here we are, together, once more, an outer vassal city-state.
No. So on the continent of Temeria is home to the Temerian Republic. The Temerian Republic and the history left themselves bare in the outer vassal city-states. For there was an agreement long ago, prior to the War of Felthim, it was between the inner and the outer city-states. Family Brevin were aides and servants to House Iltris, the noble family in charge of governing Arizona and abiding rule to the Republic. They chose to join Orostar, which is a unite pact between the outer city-states. The War of Felthim was quick. The outer city-states and the Orostar could not stand in the might of Elyon. And as such, family Brevin was now bare to the vassal city-state. They're brought under rule. They survived by selling goods, silks, nearby woods, silkworms, all things. But other than that, the city was poor. There wasn't much there. So family Brevin were aides and servants. They weren't the actual house that ran that city-state. Thea's story begins at a rather young age. And their story began with war and conflict. It began with Arizona prompting uprising, small embers of poverty, discrimination, along with Fey reservations, the same woods that they would harvest their silk from the silkworm. The uprising were quenched after a few years, and they were allowed to flourish because Elyon's involvement, once the Temerian Republic was formed, was in the continent of Arthuria, particularly on the harvesting of a resource known as Beskar. Strong and sturdy metal, and ruling over 2 kingdoms that were vassals, or at least trying to rein in one of them that was breaking free, becoming sovereign. The other, with a mad king As the years went by, these uprisings were eventually quenched. Arizona's keep was raided by the Republic, and House Iltris was arrested for treason. Thea's parents could not stand for such atrocities and were slain in the struggle. Master Candor, a ward of House Iltris, instructed Thea to maintain composure, especially when holding court. They would be placed at it until a suitable house would take over. They did what Candor asked, but a raging fire brewed within her. After a new noble house was placed at court in Arizona, Candor took Thea and Thano, son to House Iltris, to Elion, which is the inner republic of Temeria, centered around the noble houses of Elion, and they formed a family. For the next 40 years, they had survived in the underbelly of Elia, working for food scraps, little coin, while under the ever-watchful eye and tutelage of Master Candor. A ward from relics, a life they once knew. Through the struggles, they had learned valuable skills, gathered intelligence, who ordered the raid that resulted in the death of their parents. Thea's father was killed because Master Rollum Iltris raised Arizona's prices of silk to House Grinfarin. One of Elion's noble houses contains a wizarding school and campus university. They hold themselves on the Temerian Republic Council, equivalent that of a prime minister or president. How powerful House Grinfarin is in terms of rule and order in the Temerian Republic. Lord Northil Grinfarin made up evidence that treason was afoot and convinced the High Council to conduct the raid and arrest House Iltris to place a more malleable house in charge of the vassal city-state. In short, Thea's parents were killed because of politics. Because they wished to make more coin, pay their servants, and to feed their people. House Iltris just happened to be caught in the wake of doing the right thing. The pouring rain, the faint light of a moon, Thea and Candor prepared for revenge. Infiltrating House Grinfarin was difficult, but together, with the help of the family, they could achieve it. In the dead of night, they had slain some of Lord Marthil's guard and made way to their bedchambers. Stealthily, they subdued and tied Morthil to a chair, gagged him in preparation for death. They drew their dagger, placed it against Morthil's throat. Taking a deep breath, finally, the revenge was nearly complete. They were right there, steel against flesh. Subdued Lord was ripe to die. But in that moment, it did not feel like revenge. It felt wrong. They believed in that moment that they were more than just a weapon. Or they could contemplate or act upon the decision that they possibly could make. Candor fired a bolt from their hand crossbow into Morthil's head, killing him. Candor laughed as they pulled the bolts, kicked over the lifeless body, still gagged, tied to a chair. Lighting a torch from the nearby fireplace, kindling a flame with a soft ember, Kander threw oil over the bedchambers and lit it ablaze. Thea made way with Kander and escaped, rappelling down from the 5th floor balcony of the house in the manor. During that rappel, seeing what Kander had done, who they truly were, they knew they could not trust him any longer. They escaped, made way for Amrin, the largest, only port city, the shore of the Temerian Republic. Temeria's rocky bluffscape, Amrin being the largest, has plentiful dock and wharf, large harbor. They boarded the striker as a hired hand. They had then spent the last 5 years running from the ones she knows, hunting, or working as a hired hand and blade on occasion for the Farwater Company. After the 5 years, she met all of you. Went on the adventures that you all have faced. They have done so plainly, bold, methodical, calculated. Always in constant dilemma if they are more than just a weapon. The very same family she walked out on has now reappeared. The very home of the Farwater Company. The very place that they had spent time off boat, on leisure. What truly makes Thea so important that they have made their way here. And that's it. And see.
Well, that's it's a heavy story, Thea, and I thank you for sharing it. And hey, if it makes you feel any better, I know this has been weighing on you in the back of your mind, but you've already answered that question for yourself. Are you just a weapon? You hesitated. You had a man tied to a chair under your power, and you didn't slice his throat open and laugh. It's all the proof you need right there. You're not some monster. You're a decent person. You've had a hard scrabble of living doing things that you don't particularly care for, but your heart's in the right place. Else, why would you be helping us out with this crazy nonsense? I mean, you're trying to help people in your own way too. You're all right, Thea, and I'm glad you're here with us.
She's giving Joe a very appraising look right now.
Want a taco?
Yes, actually, yes.
All right, let's see if I can dig up the last few scraps of my special hot sauce I've been carrying around. And we proceed to munch on Mexican delights over calm, slightly stormy seas in the background, heading towards adventure. Friendship on the breeze.
All right.
Yeah, during this little powwow of eating tacos, I'm going to describe to you each member of the family. I'll send you that list.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go into that. That's a heavy one. There's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. There's a lot there.
Just like me talking for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I also had to shorten your stuff because I was like,
Uh huh.
I didn't want to like be there spitting to Maria Halcyon for like, and I was trying to figure
It's
out like
very long.
moments of like saying
I have
it, bringing it in. I was like, I'm just gonna
I
say
have
it.
5 pages of information here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started like frantically scribbling notes at the start of that, and it was just like, nah.
Uh-uh.
I ain't getting all that down.
All right, so we're going to wrap up our session today. So you have 974 experience each, 93,187 experience total. Downtime will comprise of 3 days worth of downtime. Instead of actually going through that, what you all can do is you can DM me what you'd like to do for the 3 days if there's anything that you wish to accomplish or get done. I think that would be a better use of our time, so we're not kind of individually going around. Probably just send me some stuff, and then I can have that prepped for when we come back. I do want to conclude our session on a note of where we kind of go next, and like what is the path that we feel that we're going to get traveled. As we get higher up in levels, campaign gets far more complex. The story gets really complicated, and I want to make sure that directionally we know where we're kind of going. We can set the stage upon the next session. So obviously we're coming back to Alathan. We might be taking care of some things there. I don't know, or are we just kind of skipping Alathan, heading to and going?
I think our goal, correct me if I'm wrong, but is to continue on with our original plan of going back to Ismar,
Okay.
handle the situation there, unless intervened by some other situation, like the Lord says the king needs us to, jump in, or something happens with, on our way back in Lathe. Otherwise,
Okay.
we just would not be stopping.
I'm on board with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. To Ismar we will go. Sounds fantastic. If you're watching the stream, thanks much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you had a good time. And check us out next week, Saturdays at 4 p.m. PTT. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.